What's popping? All right, here we are. We're back at it. We're gonna kick off this last little piece, the Deuteronomy, and then we're gonna read it out. We're gonna read the whole book. So bear with me. Uh, let's just read it, but let's do a brief review. No, the review will be for the next thing that I do. Verse 1, chapter 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel on this side Jordan in the desert towards the west near the Red Sea between Faran Tafal and Laban and Alan and the gold works. It is a journey of 11 days from Koreb to Mount Seir as far as Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, Moses spoke to all the children of Israel, according to all things which the Lord commanded him, according to all things which the Lord commanded him for them, after he had smitten Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Esebon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who dwelt in Ashtaroth, and Edrei, and beyond Jordan, in the land of Moab. Moses began to declare this law, saying, the Lord your God spoke to us in Koreb, saying, let it suffice you to have dwelt so long in this mountain. Turn ye and depart and enter into the mountain of the Amorites, and go to all that dwell near about Araba, to the mountain and the plain, and to the south, and the land of the Canaanites near the sea, and enter Libanus, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, God has delivered the land before you. Go into, go in and inherit the land, which I swear to your fathers, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, to give it to them and to their seed after them. And I spoke to you at that time, saying, I shall not be able by myself to bear you. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are today as the stars of heaven for multitude. The Lord God of your fathers add you a thousandfold more than you are, and bless you as he has spoken to you. How shall I alone be able to bear you? How shall I alone be able to bear your labor and your burden and your gainsayings? Take to yourselves wise and understanding and prudent men from your tribes, and I will set your leaders over you. And ye answered me, and said, The thing which thou hast told us is good to do. So I took of you wise and understanding and prudent men, and I set them to rule over you as rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, and rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens, and officers to your judges, or recorders, or instructors in reading and writing. And as I charged, and that's just by the simple, and that and I charged your judges at that time, saying, Hear causes between your brethren, and judge rightly between man and his brother, and the stranger that is with him. Thou shalt have no respect to persons. One moment. What? Thou shalt have no respect. Thou shalt not respect. Thou shalt not have respect to persons in judgment. There we go. Thou shalt judge small and great equally. Thou shalt not shrink from before the person of a man, for judgment is God's. And whatsoever matter shall be too hard for you, ye shall bring it to me, and I will hear it. And I charged upon you at that time all the commands which ye shall perform. Stop right there. So Moses is saying, look, after we got from one spot and we actually kind of settled in, I realized that this was too much for me as one person. So what I did it was 70 altogether. But you got the elders from their tribes, obviously wise men of understanding who were prudent, and his spirit was put upon these 70 individuals. Now, nothing mysterious about that, nothing crazy about that. Just wanted to point out that that's what he was talking about, and that's what he's talking about right now. And when he's talking about people making righteous judgment, so for example, just to give you one, um, let's say that you have a somebody who's a warrior, right? Famous among the people, or people know about him, right? They have a reputation. This individual, though, sleeps with animals or something like that. Let's just throw out something crazy like that. What you have to do is you have to kill them and kill the animal. So you're not going to say, oh, because this is a really, really excellent warrior, we're going to look over what they've done. You can't do that. You have to not respect their person and not say, oh, they're really good at this. None of that matters when it comes to judgment, because it says judgment is God's, the Most High. Anyway, let's keep reading. Verse 19. And we departed from Koreb and went through all that great wilderness and terrible, which ye saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorite, as the Lord our God charged us. And we came as far as Kadesh Barnea. And I said to you, ye have come as far as to the mountain of the Amorite, which the Lord our God gives to you. Behold, the Lord your God has delivered to us the land before you. Go up and inherit it, as the Lord God of your fathers said to you. Fear not, neither be afraid. And ye all came to me and said, let us send men before us, and let them go up to the land for us, and let them bring back to us a report of the way by which we shall go up, and of the cities into which we shall enter. And the saying pleased me. And I took of you 12 men, one man of a tribe. And they turned and went up to the mountain. And they came as far as the valley of the cluster, and surveyed it. And they took in their hands of the fruit of the land, and brought it to you, and said, the land is good, which the Lord our God gives us. Okay, stop right there. Does anybody remember when they went there and they said that the land eats up the inhabitants? Something that I didn't put out there was like probably like giant, vegetation that is like partially meat eating now. Things that eat like flies or spiders or whatever, like a Venus flytrap, for example. If these guys are bringing back giant grape clusters, there's no telling what else in the land is of giant magnitude as far as size. Let's go ahead and keep reading. And they took in the hands of the fruit of the land and brought it to you, and said, the land is good which the Lord our God gives us. Yet ye would not go up, but rebelled against the words of the Lord our God. And ye murmured in your tents, and said, because the Lord hated us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hands of the Amorites, to destroy us. Whither do we go up? Why do we go up? And your brethren drew away your heart, saying, it is a great nation, and populous, and mightier than we. And there are cities walled up to heaven, and there are cities great and walled up to heaven. Moreover, we saw the sons of the giants, and I said, fear not, neither be ye afraid of them. The Lord your God, the Lord your God who goes before your face, he shall fight against them together with you effectually, according to all that he has wrought for you in the land of Egypt. And in this wilderness, which ye saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorite, how the Lord thy God will bear thee as a nursling, and as if any man should nurse his child, through all the way which ye have gone until ye came to this place. Okay, 1 second. So again, uh, just a couple little things. So not only do we have a situation where the people don't believe in the Most High God, they obviously question him. Now we're in a situation where Moses is just recapping. This is recap. This is all 40 years, right? But this was a major part. And just in case anyone doesn't remember, they were in the land for 40 days when they went out. So each day they were gone, there was a year. This is why they were in the wilderness for 40 years in the first place. Now, I've obviously contended in the past that in 40 years, the generation of giants have bred down into normal sized people again, and therefore their children are smaller, much easier to combat against. Neither here nor there. That's just basic logic. And note how it says this part right here: how the Lord thy God will bear thee as a nursling, as if any man should nurse his child, through all the way which ye have gone until ye came to this place. So that's just to say that men, you could say that that's saying that men never nurse their child, never nurse their children. But to me, that's an indication that men nurse their children quite often. And you're not a breast nurse. You don't actually, feed the child breast milk, but you can tend to the child like anybody else does and take care of the child. Right. So all this that people or men in general just didn't feel nothing or and acted totally different is totally asinine and it's absurd. You know. Anyway, let's just go ahead and keep reading. And in this matter, verse 32, ye believe not the Lord our God, who goes before you in the way to choose you a place, guiding you in fire by night, shewing you by which you should go, and the cloud by day. Okay, question. Are either one of those, is a cloud a physical person and is a fire physical person? That's something, hold on to that thought. We're going to come back to that in about 20 seconds. And the Lord heard the voice of your words, and being greatly provoked, he sware, saying, not one of these men shall see this good land, which I swear to their fathers, except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him I will give the land on which he went up, and to his sons, because he attended to the things of the Lord. And the Lord was angry with me for your sake, saying, neither shalt thou by any means enter therein. Joshua, the son of Nai, who stands by thee, shall enter in there. Do thou strengthen him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. And every young child who this day knows not good or evil, they shall enter therein. And to them I will give it, and they shall inherit it. And ye turn and march into the wilderness, in the way by the Red Sea. Okay, let me finish this chapter and then I'm going to go to that last little part. And ye answered and said, we have sinned before the Lord our God. We will go up and fight according to all that the Lord our God has commanded us. And having taken every one his weapons of war, and being gathered together, ye went up to the mountain. And the Lord said to me, tell them, ye shall not go up, neither shall ye fight, for I am not with you. Thus shall ye not be, thus shall ye not be destroyed before your enemies? And I spoke to you, and ye did not hearken to me, and ye transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and ye forced your way and went up into the mountain. And the Amorite who dwelt in that mountain came out to meet you, and pursued you as bees do, and wounded you from Seir to Hermah. And ye sat down and wept before the Lord our God. And the Lord hearkened not to your voice, neither did he take heed to you. And ye dwelt in Kadesh many days as ye dwelt there. Okay, back to this original part. Woo. Says right here, not one of these men shall see the good land which I swear to their fathers. Skip. Then it says, and every young child who this day knows not good or evil, they shall enter therein. Skip again. And it says, and the Amorites who dwelt in that mountain came out to meet you and pursued you as bees do, and wounded you from Seir to Hermah. Okay, let's reverse and go back real quick, and let's read something else. Moreover, we saw there the sons of the giants. Okay, so when we see that part and we read all these things and we understand, you know, the people obviously didn't choose to go up and fight when it first happened. When Caleb was like, "It's ours for the taking," right? The Lord is with us. These other individuals are like, "I don't know." So when they finally got the heart to do it, the Most High God is like, "I'm cool, man, because y'all said that I would bring you out here to, you know what I'm saying, to pretty much do you wrong." And that was an offense to the Most High God, because I brought you out of Egypt to do that to you. What sense does that make? Zero. You got to understand, these people are murmuring against the Most High. This is not, once again, whether you believe in the Messiah or not, the murmuring they're doing is not against anyone other than the Most High God. So that's why I always laugh. People want to try to say what I think or what I believe or think what they think, but they have to know that that is the truth. The betrayal is not of the Messiah right here. This is a betrayal of the Most High God. Let's go ahead and keep that 100. So, having said that, all the things that we're reading about are people who are unwilling to do what the creator of heaven and earth wants them to do. Right. Let's go ahead and go forth. Verse 1 of chapter 2. And we turned and departed into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as the Lord spoke to me. And we compassed Mount Seir many days. And the Lord said to me, Ye have compassed this mount long enough. Turn therefore toward the north, and charge the people, saying, Ye are going through the borders of your brethren, the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, and they shall fear you and dread you greatly. Do not engage in war against them, for I will not give you of their land, even enough to set your foot upon, for I have given Mount Seir to the children of Esau as an inheritance. Buy food of them for money and eat, and ye shall receive water of them by measure for money and drink. For the Lord our God has blessed thee in every work of thy hands. Consider how thou wentest, consider, consider thou wentest through that great and terrible wilderness. Behold, the Lord thy God has been with thee 40 years. Thou didst not lack anything. So what it's trying to say right there in a lot of words is that you guys are battle hardened and tough. Now, the reason why they would be worried about Israel is because Israel, unlike the Edomites, didn't just go and blood mix uh, 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 willfully with a bunch of part giants and giants like the children of Esau did. So it's totally different. And if these guys are able to kill giants, they're able to kill us, or they're at least able to fight with us. But like I said, Esau's children are naturally greater warriors just by natural trade. Right. Uh the Most High God is on the people's side. I can't stress that to anyone enough. So this is why it's being spoke to us like this. However, Moses is just telling the people that you won't have any of their land, not even enough to set your foot upon. Right. So this is what it's talking about. And it's not so much as if the people would try it, as much as it is just to make it clear to them that nothing that they own will you have. Their land is their land. And obviously, you have the knuckleheads there who are, can I pinch my tent just, you know, a half a stone's throw away over all the way into their land and make claim right here? No, none of that. None of that. Buy the food, buy the water, keep it pushing. And they didn't lack for anything. Obviously, they're taking stuff from people, but we all have to recognize that them being takers is like a formality. Everybody back then was warring, and people did raids and took the women and the children and made them slaves and all kinds of stuff. That's nothing new. But let's keep reading. Verse 8. And we passed by our brethren, the children of Esau, who dwelt in Seir, by the way of Arabah, from Elon, and from Gestion Geber. And we turned and passed by the way of the desert Moab. And the Lord said to me, do ye not quarrel with the Moabites? Do not engage in war with them, for I will not give you of their land for an inheritance. For I have given, I want to say the name is Aror or Arer, to the children of Lot to inherit. Formerly, the Omen dwelt in the land. One second. Formerly, the Omen dwelt in it, a great and numerous nation and powerful, like the Anakim. So the people who dwelt in the land before the Moabites were giants. Right. These these also shall be accounted. Raphaim, like the Anakim. Raphaim, it's the word by it, is giants. And the Moabites call them Omen or Omin. And the Korite dwelt in Seir before. And the sons of Esau destroyed them and utterly consumed them from before them. And they dwelt in their place, as Israel did to the land of his inheritance, which the Lord gave to them. Now then, arise ye, said I, and depart and cross the valley of Zareth. And the days in which ye traveled from Kadesh Barnea till we crossed the valley of Zareth was 38 years, until the whole congregation of men of war failed, dying out of the camp, as the Lord God sware to them. And the hand of the Lord was upon them to destroy them out of the midst of the camp until they were consumed. And it came to pass, when all the men of war dying out of the midst of the people had fallen, that the Lord spoke to me, saying, Thou shalt pass over this day the borders of Moab to Arir, and ye shall draw nigh to the children of Ammon. Do not quarrel with them, nor wage war with them. For I will not give the land of the children of Ammon for an inheritance, because I have given it to the children of Lot for an inheritance. There we go. And it shall be accounted a land of Raphaim, for the Rephaim dwelt there before, and the Ammonites called them Zakalmim. Excuse that. A great nation, and populous, and mightier than you, as also the Anakim. Yet the Lord destroyed them from. Yet the Lord destroyed them. Whoa. Yet the Lord destroyed them from before them, and they inherited their land. So we got to go all the way back. The Ammonites, or the children of Lot, inherit the land of the Zokamim. They were just as big and powerful as the Anakim, right? The children of Enak, right? More populous, a great nation and populous and mightier than thou, as also the Anakim. Yet the Lord destroyed them from before them, and they inherited their land. And they dwelt there instead of them until this day. Okay, there we go. So whoever these people actually are, the true Ammonites, there's black people. Once again, there's Afro people in all of these lands, all over the earth, all these places. Some of them are mixed up now. The bloodlines have been mixed up, but a lot of them have been able to maintain who they are. And they're everywhere. They're not just in one location. They're in all these places. So people have to understand, like, it's not just one thing. It's like it's all the things. However, having said that, that's not the biggest issue. That's not the biggest problem or anything like that. Um, what it boils down to is this: is that the people that are closest related to the Israelites, because the Most High God chose for them to have an inheritance. They have one, or that they had one at that time. But in particular, those people, those Ammonites who dwelt wherever the Zachanim dwelt, those people are actually still there in that land. When it says until this day, right? Unless you wanted to claim that it was talking about when Moses was talking about that, I believe that until this day, like until right now. However, where we at? Verse 23. And the Evites who dwelt in Asadoth to Gaza, and the Cappadocians who came out of Cappadocia, destroyed them and dwelt in their room. So it's just telling us that people get killed off all the time or destroyed and either removed from off the land or totally assimilated into another culture where they're no longer them. And the Israelites did the same thing. The Edomites did it. Everybody does the same thing. America, where do you think they got this idea from? They didn't think it up themselves. Now then, arise and depart and pass over the valley of Arnon. Behold, I have delivered into thy hands Sihon, the king of Esabon, the Amorite, and his land. Begin to inherit it. Engage in war with him this day. Begin to put thy terror and thy fear on the face of all the nations under heaven, who shall have trembled when they have heard thy name, and shall be in anguish before thee. So pretty much he's saying, man, go out here and do them up. Okay. I ain't gonna say what I was gonna say, but pillage and kill, no doubt. And I sent ambassadors from the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, king of Esabon, with peaceable words, saying, I will pass through thy land. I will go by the road. I will not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Thou shalt give me food for money, and I will eat. And thou shalt give me water for money, and I will drink. And I will go through on my feet, as the sons of Esau did to me, who dwelt in Seir, and the Moabites who dwelt in Arir or Arir, whatever, until I shall have passed Jordan into the land which the Lord our God gives us. And Sihon, king of Esabon, would not that we should pass by him, because the Lord our God hardened his spirit and made his heart stubborn, that he might be delivered into the hands as on this day. And the Lord said to me, Behold, I have begun to deliver before thee Sihon, the king of Esbon, the Amorite, and his land. And do thou begin to inherit the land, and do thou begin to inherit his land. And Sihon, king of Esbon, came forth to meet us, he and all his people to war at Jassa. And the Lord our God delivered him before our face, and we smote him, and his sons, and all his people, and we took possession of all his cities at that time. And we utterly destroyed every city in succession, and the wives, and their children. We left no living prey. I don't know what that means to y'all, but when I read that, that means that they killed everyone. Gerbil, hamster, dog, cat, everything, dead. Only we took the cattle captive and took spoil of the cities. So that's it. We took the clean animals, but everything dirty and filthy, gone. Okay. From 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 Aurora or Arir, which is by the brink, which is by the brink of the brook of Arnon, in the city which is in the valley, and as far as the mount of Galad, there was not a city which escaped us. The Lord our God delivered all of them into our hands. we did not draw near to the children of Ammon, even all the parts bordering on the brook Jabbok, and the cities in the mountain country, as the Lord our God charged us. Okay. So once again, just going over everything that the children of Israel have done, right? And he's saying, look, everywhere we were supposed to go, we went. Everything we were supposed to took, we took. And everything we were supposed to leave alone, we left alone. Verse 1 of chapter 3. And we turned and went by the way leading to Basan. And Og, the king of Basan, came out to meet us, he and all his people, to battle at Edraim. And the Lord said to him, and the Lord said to me, fear him not, for I have delivered him and all his people and all his land into thy hands. And thou shalt do to him as thou didst to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Esebon. And the Lord our God delivered him into our hands, even Og, the king of Basan, and all his people. And we smote him until we left off none of his seed. Again, killed everybody. And we mastered all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took not from them. 60 cities, all the country round about. Argob, belonging to King Og and Basan, all strong cities, lofty walls, gates, and bars, besides the very many cities of the Perizzites. We utterly destroyed them as we dealt with Sihon, the king of Esebon. So we utterly destroyed every city in order, and the women, and the children, and the cattle, and we took for a prey to ourselves the spoil of the cities. Okay. And we took at that time the land out of the hands of the two kings of the Amorites, who were beyond Jordan, extending from the brook of Arnon even to Irmon. The Phoenicians call Irmon Sanior, but the Amorite call it Sanir. Okay, listen to this. Do y'all hear that translation and transliteration right there, right in front of us? What did it say? It said the Phoenicians call Irmon Sanir. So that doesn't start with the S. That doesn't start with the A and the E. That starts with the S. But the Amorite call it Sanir. So Sanior or Sanior, but the Amorite call it Sanir. I just want y'all to understand that people back then, right? This is supposed to be dictated by Moses, and people back then had different names for the same thing, right? And here we are thousands of years later. Okay, then. So these translations and transliterations, no matter what that name truly is, I believe that there was a discrepancy or at least a difference in how those two peoples distinguished that piece of land. All the cities of Misor and all Galad and all Basan, as far as Elka and Edraim, cities of the kingdom of Og and Basan. For only Og, the king of Basan, was left of the Raphaim. Behold, his bed was of iron. Behold, it is the chief city of the children of Ammon. The length of it is 9 cubits, and the breadth of it 4 cubits, according to the cubit of a man. So a cubit is roughly 3 feet. His bed was 27 feet long. People try to say that King Og was only 13 feet tall. That's not right. His bed is twice as big as him. I doubt it. His bed is as wide as he is tall. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. I say highly doubt it. Having said that, it's believable that he's probably much taller than 13 feet. If his bed is 27 feet long, let's just say the average person, if they have like a really, king size bed, because that's what it would have been, right? King size. So even if a king size bed was my whole head length and my whole foot length on either side, that's maybe 2 feet for most people. So, right. So if you minus 2 feet, this dude's probably like 24, 25 feet tall. And it tells us there that that these guys are the last of them. So when they're fighting against these individuals, they're still remnants, but these are the last of the real giants from a certain time. That's why it says that there were groups who were there, but the Most High destroyed them. Let's keep reading. And we inherited that land at that time from Arir, which is by the border of the torrent Arnon, and half of the Mount Galaad. And I gave his cities to Reuben and to Gad, and the rest of Galaad and all Basan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to half the tribe of Manasseh, and all the country round about Argob, all that Basan. It shall be accounted for the land of Raphaim. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all the country round about Argob, as far as the borders of Gargasi and Makati. He called them by his name, Basan Tavat, Jair, until this day. So I had to look up whatever city or town this place is called Jair. And to Machir I gave Galad. And to Reuben and Gad I gave the land under Galad, as far as the brook Arnon, the border between the brook and as far as Jabbok. The brook is the border of the children of Ammon. And Araba and Jordan are the boundary of Makinnereth, even to the sea of Araba, the salt sea under Asadoth, Phazga, eastward. And I charged you at that time, saying, the Lord your God has given you this land by lot. Arm yourselves, everyone that is powerful, and go before your brethren, the children of Israel. Only your wives and your children and your cattle. I know that ye have much cattle. Let them dwell in your cities, which I have given you, until the Lord your God give your brethren rest, as also he has given it to you. And they also shall inherit the land, which the Lord our God gives them on the other side of Jordan. Then ye shall return, each one to his inheritance, which I have given you. And I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, your eyes having seen all things which the Lord our God did to these two kings, so shall the Lord our God do to all the kingdoms against which thou crossest over thither. Ye shall not be afraid of them, because the Lord our God himself shall fight for you. And I besought the Lord at that time, saying, Lord God, thou hast begun to shew to thy servant thy strength, and thy power, and thy mighty hand, and thy high arm. For what God is there, in heaven and earth, in heaven or on earth, who will do as thou hast done according to thy might? I will therefore go over and see this good land that is beyond Jordan, this good mountain, and enter Libanus. And the Lord, because of you, did not regard me, and hearken not to me. And the Lord said to me, let it suffice thee. Speak not on this matter to me any more. Go up to the top of the quarried rock, and look with thine eyes westward, and northward, and southward, and eastward, and behold it with thine eyes, for thou shalt not go over this Jordan. And charge Joshua, and strengthen him, and encourage him, for he shall go before the face of this people, and he shall give them the inheritance of all the land which thou hast seen. And we abode in the valley near the house of Phagor. So literally, we have to understand that my man's fee fi fo fo. Yeah. All these dudes are giants back then. But we have to understand that my man's Moses is being told, hey, look, you're not going over there, bro. You're staying on this side. They're gonna go. And obviously there was the situation over the water, which they didn't sanctify the Most High God, he and Aaron. And the Most High's like, I'm tired of this. I'm sick of y'all, pretty much. I mean, that's what I inherited. I mean, that's what I inferred from the situation, inherit, interpret it. Yeah. Anyhow, check me out. Okay, where are we at? Verse 1 of chapter 4. And now, Israel, hear the ordinances. One moment. And now, Israel, hear the ordinances and judgments all that I teach you this day to do, that ye may live and be multiplied, and that ye may go in and inherit the land which the Lord God of your fathers gives you. Ye shall not add to the word which I command you, and ye shall not take from it. What? Yeah, of course, brother. He's done talking about it. He's done talking about it. Right on. Uh, Clearly. You know what I mean? He was done talking about it when he first started talking about it, you know? But still, where are we at? What did he say? Ye shall not add to the word which I command you, and ye shall not take from it. Wow. So even if that's a mistranslation, mistransliteration, it told us not to add or take away from it. In this language, I can deduce that that means that I should not put anything more with it than that's not there, and I should not take from it that's already there. Okay, let's keep reading. I command you. Whoa. Keep the commandments of the Lord our God that I command you this day. Your eyes have seen all that the Lord our God did in the case of Bilphegor. For every man that went after Bilphegor, the Lord your God has utterly destroyed him from among you. But ye that kept close to the Lord your God are all alive today. Behold, I have shewn you ordinances and judgments, as the Lord commanded me, that ye should do in the land into which you go to inherit. Question. Since I've been reading, has anybody heard the name Asher or Jasher? I heard the name Acer. Does anybody heard the name Asher or Jasher come up at all? Just throwing that out there. Behold, I have shewn you ordinances and judgments as the Lord commanded me, that ye should do in the land into which ye go to inherit. And ye shall keep and do them. For this is your wisdom and understanding before all nations. As many as shall hear all these ordinances, and they shall say, behold, this great nation is wise and understanding people. For what manner of nation is so great, which has God so near to them, as the Lord our God is in all things, and whatsoever we may call upon him? And what manner of nation is so great, which has righteous ordinances and judgments according to all this law, which I set before you this day? Take heed to thyself, and keep thy heart diligently. Forget not any of the things which thy eyes have seen, and let them not depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. And thou shalt teach them to thy sons and thy sons' sons, even the things that happened in the day in which ye stood before the Lord our God in Horeb, in the day of the assembly. For the Lord said to me, gather the people to me, and let them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days which they live upon the earth. And they shall teach their sons. And ye draw nigh, and stood under the mountain. And the mountain burned with fire up to heaven. There was darkness and blackness and tempest. And the Lord spoke to you out of the midst of the fire, a voice of words, which ye heard. Ye saw no likeness, only ye heard a voice. What? Ye saw no likeness, only ye heard a voice. Okay, so I guess what that means is that when Moses was talking to the Most High God, even if he was face to face with him, right, as it was saying when he was a pillar of a cloud or pillar of fire, it's saying that Moses is never seeing his face. Wow. Kind of like he told Moses in the mountain, no man shall see my face and yet live. Let's keep going. And he announced to you his covenant, which he commanded you to keep, and the 10 commandments, the words of the sayings, and he wrote them on 2 tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you ordinances and judgments, that ye should do them on the land into which ye go to inherit. And take good heed to your hearts, for ye saw no good heed, for ye saw no similitude in the day in which the Lord spoke to you in Koreb, in the mount out of the midst of fire, lest ye transgress and make to yourselves a carved image, any kind of figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast of those that are on the earth. Mm, mm. That's anything. That's anything carved. Action figures. Action figures are idols. I don't know if it's idol worship, but I know that they're idols. The likeness of any beast of those that are on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird which flies under heaven, the likeness of any reptile which creeps on the earth, the likeness of any fish of those which are in waters, the waters underneath the earth. Unless having looked up to the sky and having seen the sun and the moon and the stars and all the heavenly bodies or order of heaven, thou shouldest go astray and worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God has distributed to all the nations under heaven. But God took you and led you forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be to him a people of inheritance, as at this day. So as at and not until this day. So we have to distinguish and discern what's going on here, because it's telling us one thing, we're seeing one thing, right? Uh we're actually making really good pace. We're about to be on chapter 5 real soon. So I want to keep reading, and I want to get some more of this handle. Where shall we be? And the Lord God was angry with me for the things said by you. And I swear that I should not go over this Jordan, and that I should not enter into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. For I am to die in this land, and shall not pass over this Jordan, but ye are to pass over, and shall inherit this good land. Take heed to yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord our God, which he made with you, and ye transgress, and make to yourselves a graven image of any things concerning which the Lord thy God commanded thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. And when thou shalt have begotten sons, and shall have sons, and ye shall have dwelt a long time in the land, and shall have transgressed, and made a graven image of anything, and shall have done wickedly before the Lord your God to provoke him, I call heaven and earth this day to witness against you, that ye shall surely perish from off the land, into which ye go across Jordan to inherit there. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall be utterly cut off. And the Lord shall scatter you among all nations, and ye shall be left few in number among all the nations, among which the Lord shall bring you. And ye shall serve, and ye shall there serve other gods, the works of the hands of men, wood and stone, which cannot see, nor can they hear, nor eat, nor smell. And there ye shall seek the Lord your God, and ye shall find him whenever ye shall seek him with all your heart and with all your soul in your affliction. Did it say that you would speak Hebrew, or that you would speak the words of your people, or that you would speak the tongue of your people? No. What does he say right here? He says, he says, and ye shall seek the Lord your God, and ye shall find him whenever ye shall seek him with all your heart and with all your soul in your affliction. So you only need your heart and your soul, all of it, to seek out the Most High God and to find Him. You don't need to speak a language that has been corrupted. There would be no need for a pure, clean tongue, for a pure language, if the language that we speak right now is not corrupt. There would be no need to give us a language that already exists upon the earth if that language itself was not corrupt. Let's keep reading. And all these things shall come upon thee in the last days, and thou shalt turn what? And all these things shall come upon thee in the last days, not the first days, not the middle days or the kind of end days. No, the last days. So the turning and the seeking of Him, but also our punishment. So it hasn't changed. These are the 400-year odyssey are the last days in which all sin is upon the earth. Do y'all understand that part? Because that Lord, that God. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. Let's start all over. And ye, excuse me, and there ye shall seek the Lord your God, and ye shall find him whenever ye shall seek him with all your heart and with all your soul in your affliction. And all these things shall come upon thee in the last days. And thou shalt turn to the Lord thy God, and thou shalt hearken to his voice, because the Lord thy God is a God of pity. He will not forsake thee, nor destroy thee. He will not forget the covenant of thy fathers, which the Lord sware to them. Ask of the former days, which were before thee, from the day when God created man upon the earth, and the beginning, and the beginning, and the beginning, at the one end of heaven to the other end of heaven. If there has happened anything like to this great event, if such a thing has been heard, if a nation have heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard and hast lived, if God has essayed to go and to take to himself a nation out of the midst of another nation with trial and with signs and with wonder and with war and with the mighty hand and with the high arm and with great sights, according to all things with which the Lord God did in Egypt in thy sight. Stop right there. Did y'all hear that? Repeat. If a nation have heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard and hast lived, if God has essayed to go and to take to himself a nation out of the midst of another nation, what? With trial and with signs and with wonders and with war and with a mighty hand and with a high arm and with great sights, according to all things which the Lord our God did in Egypt in thy sight. So he's saying right there, the Most High God has never chosen anybody else. No one other than the people that you're reading about have ever been chosen by him. There is no alternative faith. There is no, oh, all these different names are the same God. No. Want to know how I know that? Because only the Hebrews worshiped him. So even if you're a person of a nation that didn't get stomped out by Israel when they first got there, you're still not the chosen people. And the name that you give it may not be his. Once again, you're a stranger. How can a stranger tell you the real worship? Greater question. How can people who were considered the people be considered strangers amongst those that are supposed to be the priests and ministers to the Most High God, without there's something not being genetically wrong with them as well. So they too, there's something wrong with. Yes. Much less so than their cousins or their genetic brothers and or sisters. Point being this. The Most High God never dealt with any other nation other than Israel. Has never ever dealt with any other nation other than Israel. Right. It's it's a filtering process, but it's more than that though, bro. Because it's proof. Okay, other people have been delivered by war. Other people have been delivered by just a mighty hand. Other people might have been delivered by just a trial. Other people might have been delivered by just the signs, right? He's like, no, I did everything. And I took a nation out of the midst of another nation. He's like, what? Tell me where they've done that on the earth. He's like, tell me who was there to measure from one end of the heaven to the other. He said, ask me about the beginning and I'll tell you about it. When I first put man upon the earth. Let's keep reading. So that thou shouldest know that the Lord thy God, he is God, and there is none beside him. His voice was made audible from heaven to instruct thee, and he shewed thee upon the earth his great fire, and thou heardest his words out of the midst of fire. Stop right there. Does it say that he has no angels? Does it say that there is no one that does his bidding? Does it say that there is not a force that he could put here up upon the earth to do exactly what he wants them to do? No, it just says that there is no one beside him. Let's go ahead and keep reading. Because he loved thy fathers, he also chose you, their seed, after them. And he brought thee himself with his great strength out of Egypt to destroy nations, great and stronger than thou, before thy face, to bring thee in, to give thee their land to inherit as thou hast it this day. And thou shalt know this day, and and thou shalt know this day, and shalt consider in thine heart that the Lord thy God, he is God, in heaven above and on the earth beneath, and there is no one else but he. And keep ye his commandments and his ordinances, and all I command you this day, that it may be well with thee and with thy sons after thee, that ye may be long lived upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee forever. Then Moses separated 3 cities beyond Jordan on the east, that the slayer might flee thither. Who should have slain his neighbor unintentionally, and should not have hated him in past times, and he shall flee to one of these cities and live. Basor in the wilderness, in the plain country of Reuben, and Ramoth and Galad belonging to Gad, and Galan and Basan belonging to Manasseh. This is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the ordinances and the judgments which Moses spoke to the sons of Israel when they came out of the land of Egypt, on the other side of Jordan, in the valley near the house of Phagor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Esebon, whom Moses and the sons of Israel smote when they came out of the land of Egypt, and they inherited his land, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond Jordan eastward, from Aror or Arir, which is on the border of the brook Arnon, even to Mount of Sion, which is Irmon or Erman. All, 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 all Arabah beyond Jordan eastward under Asadoth, hewn in the rock. So once again, just telling us that they smashed up these dudes when they came there. Just reiterating. And Moses called all Israel and said to them, Hear Israel, chapter 5, verse 1. Hear Israel, the ordinances and judgments that all that I speak in your ears this day, and ye shall learn them and observe to do them. The Lord your God made a covenant with you in Horeb. The Lord did not make this covenant with your fathers, but with you. You are all here alive this day. The Lord spoke to you face to face in the mountain, out of the midst of the fire. And I stood between the Lord and you at that time to report to you the words of the Lord, because you were afraid before the fire, and ye went up not to the mountain, saying, I am the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before my face. Thou shalt not make to thyself an image, nor likeness of anything, whatever things are in the heaven above, and whatever are in the earth beneath, and the waters, and whatever are in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down to them, thou shalt not serve them. For I am the Lord, thy God, a jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation, to them that hate me, and doing mercifully to the thousands of them that love me, and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of thy Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord thy God will certainly not acquit him that takes his name in vain. Stop right there. All these guys who say who have this name for the Most High God, just as you're literally saying his name or saying the name that you think is the name just to say it or typing it up, you're literally taking his name in vain. Literally. If what you're doing is not vain, please tell me what it is so that way I can know. But if you're taking his name, period, at this point in the game, you're taking it in vain. Right. The Most High God forbid. They want to call him Yah. But how do they know that that's actually his name? I don't know that. I don't know the sound. I don't know the frequency that is actually the Most High God's name. Have no idea. Let's go ahead and keep reading. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God commanded thee. 6 days thou shalt work, and thou shalt do all thy works. But on the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work, thou and thy son, and thy daughter, thy manservant and thy maidservant, thine ox and thine ass, and all thy cattle, and the stranger that sojourns in the midst of thee, that thy manservant may rest, and thy maid, and thine ox, as well as thou. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God brought thee out thence with a mighty hand and a high arm. Therefore, the Lord appointed thee to keep the Sabbath and to sanctify it. Honor thy father and thy mother, as the Lord thy God commanded thee, that it be well with thee, and that thou mayest live long upon the land, which the Lord thy God gives thee. Thou shalt not commit murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not, nor his field, nor his manservant, nor his maid, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor any beast of his, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. These words the Lord spoke to all the assembly of you in the mount out of the midst of the fire. There was darkness, blackness, storm, a loud voice, and he added no more. And he wrote them on 2 tables of stone, and he gave them to me. And it came to pass when ye heard the voice out of the midst of fire, for the mountain burned with fire, that ye came to me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders, and ye said, Behold, The Lord our God has shewn us his glory, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. This day we have seen that God shall speak to man, and he shall live. What? That God shall what? Speak to man, and he shall live. Meaning that they feared that just hearing the voice of the Most High God was enough to kill him. More than likely, really, probably, truly is. Probably put inhibitors and blockers and things like that. So that way the people wouldn't just be crushed to death, just like he did with Moses. Follow my point. Moses is not dealing with the Most High God truly face to face to face. Abraham saw somebody face to face. Jacob wrestled with somebody that he saw face to face. Now, none of them have seen him face to face. When the Egyptians in the book of Enoch, as it says that the wolves seen his face, right on, that means that guess what? And they all died. That means guess what? That whoever Abraham seen, whoever Jacob seen, that was not the physical, that is not the Most High God. It couldn't have been. They would have been dead. Right. Thank you. So there is no figurative speaking. But the first thing Moses covered when we started this was do not add or take away from this. Right. That means this whole thing that we done read so far, don't add or take away from any of that. Let's go ahead and keep reading. And now, let us not die, for this great fire will consume us if we shall hear the voice of the Lord our God anymore, and we shall die. For what flesh is there which has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have heard, and shall live? Do thou draw near and hear all that the Lord our God shall say, and thou shalt speak to us all things whatsoever the Lord our God shall speak to thee, and we will hear and do. Okay, again, proof that the Most High God was not just going around randomly calling people out of nations saying, hey, I want you to serve me. So there is no one from any other nations that none of the sons of Abraham, other than these people, okay, none of them worship the Most High God like this. Even if you want to talk about how Nachor, the brother of Abraham, how the Most High is his God. Okay, that doesn't make that the God of all of his children, and that doesn't mean that they were chosen over even though the Syrian people are directly impactful to the story, and you could contend that the children of Israel are just as much Syrians as they are anything else, but ultimately the people are Chaldeans. And I could argue that when the Most High God said that he took a nation out of the midst of a nation, we could say that he took the people out of the midst of the Chaldeans. Neither here nor there. There's more than one way to interpret that. But the most basic way is that he took them out of the midst of Egypt, the actual children of Israel. Keep going. Here we are. And the Lord heard your voice. And the Lord heard the voice of your words as he spoke to me. And the Lord said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, even all things that they have said to thee. They have well said all, they have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such a heart in them that they should fear me and keep my commands always, that it might be well with them and with their sons forever. Go say to them, return ye to your houses, but stand thou here with me, and I will tell thee all the commands and the ordinances and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, and let them do so in the land which I give them for an inheritance. And ye shall take heed to do as the Lord thy God commanded thee. Ye shall not turn aside to the right to the right hand, or to the left, according to all the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in, that he may give thee rest, and that it may be well with thee, and ye may prolong your days on the land which ye shall inherit. Verse 1 of chapter 6. And these are the commands and the ordinances and the judgments, as many as the Lord our God gave commandment to teach us you to do, as the Lord our God gave commanded to teach you to do so in the land on which ye enter to inherit, that ye may fear the Lord your God, keep all of his ordinances and his commandments, which I command thee today, thou and thy sons' sons, all the days of thy life, that ye may live many days. Hear, O Israel, and observe to do them, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may be greatly multiplied, as the Lord God of thy fathers said that he would give thee a land flowing with milk and honey. And these are the ordinances and the judgments which the Lord commanded the children of Israel in the wilderness, when they had gone forth from the land of Egypt. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. And with all thy soul, and with all thy strength. And these words, all that I command thee this day, shall be in thy heart and in thy soul, and thou shalt teach them to thy children, and thou shalt speak of them sitting in the house, and walking by the way, and lying down, and rising up. And thou shalt fasten them for a sign upon thy hand, and it shall be removable, and it shall be immovable before thine eyes. Does it say mark thyself? No. It says what? And thou shalt fasten them, and thou shalt fasten them, and thou shalt fasten them for a sign upon thy hand, and it shall be immovable before thy eyes. And ye shall write them on the lintels of your house and on your gates. And it shall come to pass, when the Lord thy God hath brought thee into the land which he swears to thy fathers, to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob, to give thee great and beautiful cities, which thou didst not build, which thou didst not fill, wells dug in the rocks, which thou didst not dig, uh-oh, vineyards and olive yards, which thou didst not plant, then having eaten and have been filled, then having eaten and been filled, beware, lest thou forget the Lord thy God, that brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve, and thou shalt cleave to him, and by his name thou shalt swear. Stop right there. How can you, who, I'm going to say it like this. When it says serve, right? We're not talking about living kings or men. We're talking about what people consider to be gods. So he's saying you'll serve no other God, right? No one else, right? So check this out. I can't think of one time the Most High has told us anything that would make it to where those that he sends for us still aren't supposed to be listened to. That doesn't say, I mean, he's telling us to follow his ordinances and to do all these things. Right. So if he's to send an angel, let's say, before us, right? That's not telling us to serve the angel, but if the angel tells us to do something, be, charging someone to do something and service are not the same. Do y'all understand your boy right now? If I charge you to follow the laws of Moses. Okay? Right on? I'm not telling you to serve Moses. Basic sense. If I tell you to listen to him, I'm not telling you, right, that you have to serve him. Where does Moses say that the people have to serve him? Nowhere. Let's just go ahead and keep reading. Go ye not after other gods, of the gods of the nations round about you. For the Lord thy God in the midst of thee is a jealous God, lest the Lord thy God be very angry with thee and destroy thee from off the face of the earth. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God, as ye tempted him in the temptation. Thou shalt by all means keep the commands of the Lord thy God, the testimonies and the ordinances which he commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is pleasing and good before the Lord thy God, that it may be well with thee, and the land, which the Lord sware to your fathers, to chase all thine enemies from before thy face, as the Lord said. And it shall come to pass, when thy son shall ask thee at a future time, saying, what are the testimonies, and the ordinances, and the judgments, which the Lord our God has commanded us? Then thou shalt say to thy son, we were slaves to Pharaoh in the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought us forth thence with a mighty hand and with a high arm, and the Lord wrought signs and the great and grievous wonders, in Egypt. Where we at? On Pharaoh and on his house before us. And he brought us out thence to give us this land, which he sware to give to our fathers. And the Lord charged us to observe all these ordinances, to fear the Lord our God, that it may be well with us forever, that we may live as even today. And there shall be mercy to us. And if we take heed to keep all these commands before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us, when the Lord thy God shall bring thee into this land, into which thou goest to possess it, and shall remove great nations from before thee, the Kittite, and Girgasite, and Amorite, and Canaanite, and Perizzite, and Evite, and Jebusite, 7 nations, more numerous and stronger than you, and the Lord thy God shall deliver them into thine hands. Then thou shalt smite them, thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt not make a covenant with them, neither shall ye pity them, neither shall ye contract marriages with them. Thou shalt not give thy daughter to his son, and thou shalt not take his daughter to thy son, and thou shalt not take his daughter to thy son. For he will draw away thy son from thee, and he will serve other gods. And the Lord will be very angry with you, and will soon utterly destroy thee. But thus shall ye do to them. Ye shall destroy their altars, and shall break down their pillars, and shall cut down their groves, and shall burn with fire the graven images of their gods. For thou art a holy people to the Lord thy God, and the Lord thy God chose thee to be to him a peculiar people beyond all nations that are upon the face of the earth. It was not because ye were what? It was not because ye are more numerous than all the other nations that the Lord preferred you, and that the Lord made choice of you. For ye are fewer in number than all other nations. What was that? But ye are fewer in number than all other nations. But because the Lord loved you, and as keeping the oath with which he swore to your fathers, the Lord brought you out with a strong hand, and the Lord redeemed thee from the house of bondage, out of the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, And thou shalt know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, a faithful God, who keeps covenant and mercy for them that love him, and for those that keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. Let's just say that a generation, right? Not a lifetime, but a generation. Let's just say a generation was 35 years, right? That's 35,000 years. Let's just say a generation is 20 years. That's 20,000 years. Word? So from this time onward, there's supposed to be at least 1,000 generations if you're faithful to the Most High God. Could you imagine a thousand generations of righteousness? We'll never know. Not, I mean, not on this, not in this condition of earth. We'll never know. It's too bad. And you're absolutely right, brother, because he loved us, not for no other reason. He is God, a faithful God who keeps covenant and mercy for them that love him, and for those that keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and who recompenses them that hate him to their face, to destroy them utterly, and will not be slack with them that hate him. He will recompense them to their face. Thou shalt keep therefore the commands and the ordinances and the judgments which I have commanded thee this day to do. And it shall come to pass when when ye have heard these ordinances and shall have kept and done them, that the Lord thy God shall keep thee for covenant, shall keep for thee the covenant and the mercy which he sware to your fathers. And he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. And he will bless the offspring of thy body and the fruit of the land, thy corn and thy wine, and thine oil, the herds of thine oxen, and the flocks of thy sheep, on the land which the Lord sware to thy fathers to give thee. One moment. Thou shalt be blessed beyond all nations. There shall not be among you an impotent or barren one, or among thy cattle. And the Lord thy God shall remove from thee all sickness, and none of the evil diseases of Egypt which thou hast seen, and all that thou hast known will he lay upon thee. But he will lay upon them that hate thee. And thou shalt eat all the spoils of the nations which the Lord thy God gives thee. Thine, thine eyes shall not spare them, and thou shalt not serve their gods, for this is an offense to thee. But if thou shouldest say in thine heart, this nation is greater than I, how shall I be able to destroy them utterly? Thou shalt not fear them. Thou shalt surely remember all that the Lord thy God did to Pharaoh and to all the Egyptians, the great temptations which thine eyes have seen, those signs and great wonders, the strong hand and the high arm, how the Lord thy God brought thee forth. So the Lord your God will do to all the nations whom thou fearest in their presence. And the Lord thy God shall send against them hornets until they that are left and they that are hidden from thee be utterly destroyed. Thou shalt not be wounded before them, because the Lord thy God in the midst of thee is great and powerful, is a great and powerful God. And the Lord thy God shall consume these nations before thee, little and little, by little and little, and thou shalt not be able to consume them speedily, lest the land become desert and the wild beasts of the field be multiplied against thee. And the Lord thy God shall destroy them with a great destruction, until ye shall have utterly destroyed them. and he shall deliver their kings into your hands, and ye shall destroy their names from that place. None shall stand up in opposition before thee until thou shalt have utterly destroyed them. So nobody's going to try to oppose you until it's way too late. Okay, let's keep reading. Ye shall burn with fire the graven images of their gods. Thou shalt not cover their silver, neither shalt thou take to thyself gold from them, lest thou shouldest offend thereby, because it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. And thou shalt not bring an abomination into thine house, so should it be an accursed thing like it. So shouldest thou be an accursed thing like it. Thou shalt utterly hate it and altogether abominate it, because it is an accursed thing. Verse 1, chapter 8. Ye shall observe to do all the commands which I charge you to do, which I charge you today, that ye may live and be multiplied, and enter in and inherit the land, which the Lord your God sware to give to your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee in the wilderness, that he might afflict thee and try thee, and that the things in thy heart might be made manifest, whether thou wouldest keep his commandments, or no. And he afflicted thee, and straitened thee with hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might teach them that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God shall man live. Okay, do y'all understand that? The manna was bread, right on? Word? You need your daily bread, at least that. But the problem is that he's saying that all the words that he has spoken to them. So all the commandments, sacrificing of the animals, the eating of meat. He's like, you're not going to live on just bread alone. You don't have to, but I'm advising that you eat meat, that you eat herbs, and that you do these things. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that. Salute, my brother. What's popping, man? I hope all is well, brother JP, brother Jeremy. Hope all is well. I pray all is well. Right now, we're in the eighth chapter of of uh of the Deuteronomy, and we're just slowly but still quickly going over all of it. So when we hear that once again, man shall not live by bread alone, because this same sentiment, the Messiah, Jesus, make believe guy, whatever you guys want to think of him as, uh, he spoke the same words. Right on. It's pretty much saying the same thing. That you have to that you have to have the actual word of God is the commandments, is the laws, is sacrifice. Right. But in order for you to do sacrifice, you have to admit that you did something wrong. So a lot of people would never sacrifice, or people would abstain from sacrificing because they don't want nobody to know I did this or I did that or I did this or I did that, because some sins are not forgivable and they call for your death. Right. So who's just going to go tell the priest, oh yeah, I slept with this man's wife and she's pregnant now and he's impotent, and now all hell is about to break loose. That kind of thing. I'm just trying to peopleize it for us all. One second. Okay, here we go. Thy garments grew not old from off thee. Thy shoes were not worn from off thee. Thy feet were not painfully hardened. Lo, these 40 years. And if thou and if thou shalt know in thine heart that as if any man should chasten his son, so the Lord will chasten thee. And thou shalt keep the commands of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. For the Lord thy God will bring thee into a good and extensive land, where there are torrents of water and fountains of deep places, issuing through the plains and through the mountains, a land of wheat and barley, wherein are vines, figs, pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land on which thou shalt not eat thy bread with poverty, and thou shalt not want anything upon it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of its mountains thou shalt dig brass. Stop right there. So, all this stuff, right? We're reading it, but some people might not catch it. But no, it says right here, a land on which thou shalt not eat thy bread with poverty. Clearly, poverty was a thing back then. Clearly, there were some impoverished Israelites or children of Israel in the land of Egypt. This is obvious. Otherwise, why say it now? Right. Jacob was never poor like that. Isaac was surely never poor. Abraham was never poor as far as we know. So this is speaking on a people who were in a land, okay, being oppressed as slaves. No, right, no surprises there. Here we go. And thou shalt eat and be filled, and shalt bless the Lord thy God on the good land which he has given thee. And take heed to thyself that thou forget not the Lord thy God, so as not to keep his commands and his judgments. Mm-mm-mm. Not this extra watery today. Take heed to thyself that thou forget not the Lord thy God, so as not to keep his commands and his judgments and his ordinances, which I command thee this day. Lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses and dwelt in them, and thy oxen and thy sheep are multiplied to thee, and thy silver and thy gold are multiplied to thee, and all thy possessions are multiplied to thee, thou shouldest be exalted in heart, and forget the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, who brought thee through that great and terrible wilderness, where is the biting serpent and scorpion, and drought, where there was no water, who brought thee a fountain of water out of the flinty rock, who fed thee with manna in the wilderness, who fed thee with manna in the wilderness, which thou knewest not, and thy fathers knewest not, that he might afflict thee, and thoroughly try thee, and do thee good in thy latter days, lest thou shouldest say in thine heart, my strength and the power of my hand have wrought for me this great wealth. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, that he gives thee strength to get wealth, even that he may establish his covenant, which the Lord sware to his fathers, as at this day. And it shall come to pass, if thou do at all forget the land of thy God, that if thou do at all forget the Lord thy God, and shouldest go after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall surely perish, as also the other nations which the Lord God destroys before your face. So shall ye perish, because ye hearken not to the voice of the Lord your God. Chapter 9, verse 1. Mm. Hear, O Israel, thou goest this day across Jordan to inherit nations greater and stronger than yourselves, cities great and walled up to heaven, a people great and many and tall. the sons of Enoch, whom thou knowest, and concerning whom thou heard say, who can stand before the children of Enoch? And thou shalt know today that the Lord thy God, he shall go up before thy face. He is a consuming fire. He shall destroy them, and he shall turn them back before thee, and shall destroy them quickly, as the Lord said to thee. Speak not in thine heart when the Lord thy God has destroyed these nations before thy face, saying, for my righteousness the Lord brought me into this inherit brought me into this and brought me in to inherit this good land. Not for thy righteousness, nor for thy holiness of thy heart dost thou go in to inherit their land, but because of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord will destroy them from before thee, that he may establish the covenant which the Lord sware to your fathers, to Abraham, and to Isaac, or to Isaac, and to Jacob, that thou shalt know today that it is not for thy righteousness that the Lord thy God gives thee this good land to inherit, for thou art a stiff-necked people. Remember, forget not how much thou provokest the Lord thy God in the wilderness, from the day that ye came forth out of Egypt, even till ye came into this place. Ye continued to be disobedient toward the Lord. Also in Koreb, ye provoked the Lord, and the Lord was angry with you to destroy you. When I went up to the mountains to receive the tables of stone, the tables of the covenant, which the Lord made with you. And I was in the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I ate no bread and drank no water. And the Lord gave me 2 tables of stone written with the finger of God. Okay. And the Lord, what? And the Lord gave me 2 tables of stone written with the finger of God. And on them there have been written all the words which the Lord spoke to you in the mountain in the day of the assembly. So, on those 2 tablets of stone is everything that was said, not just the so-called 10 commandments. Says it right there. Once again, we got people worried about what language this stuff is in or how to actually say some of these names. And it's like, bro, people aren't even following the laws. The language that they speak and that they understand, they're not following any of this. Can you hear me? So what good does it do to have a book, let's say in Aramaic, but even in English, they speak English. It says don't eat swine, yet they eat swine. It says don't eat this animal or anything like it, yet they do it. What good does it do, my brothers and my sisters? You see what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you have to say to yourself, that's pointless, that's worthless. Oh, here we go. Ooh, where are we at? And the Lord said to me, arise, go down quickly from hence, for thy people whom thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt have transgressed. They have gone aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them, and have made themselves a molten image. And the Lord spoke to me, saying, I have spoken to thee once and again, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. And now suffer me utterly to destroy them. And I will blot out their name from under heaven, and will make thee a nation great and strong, and more numerous than this. And I turned and went down from the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to heaven, and the 2 tables of testimony were in my hands. And when I saw that ye had sinned against the Lord your God, and had made to yourselves a molten image, and had gone astray out of the way which the Lord commanded you to keep, then I took hold of the 2 tables and cast them out of my hands, and broke them before you. And I made my petition before the Lord, as also at the 40 days and 40 nights. I ate no bread and drank no water on account of all your sins which ye sinned in evil, do, which ye sinned in doing evil before the Lord God to provoke him. Okay, two things. Number one, my boy is saying, look, I could have got rid of all y'all's, every last single one of you. Started over with me. Note that Moses is not withholding none of this. There's individuals who are still in this crowd who do not believe in the Most High God. They're like, whatever. Right on. My daddy told me that Moses is full of it. And he's seeing stuff. And it's all a magic trick. Whatever. His daddy might be an Egyptian. His mama might be an Egyptian. They ain't feeling it like that. So if you have people who ain't feeling the Most High God already in the midst and presence of you, what makes you think that there won't be people who are not in the midst and presence of you, going in the land that you're supposed to be in, who are already there, who are going to be like, man, I worship my own God. Right. Not worshiping another God would not be a problem if God worship was not a big thing. Right. What you believe in is a part of your life. All these individuals back then believed in something. All of a sudden now don't nobody believe in nothing. It's crazy. That's how you know that these dudes are sick. Yeah, not around here. Yeah. Something like that. One moment. And I made petition before the Lord's, as also at the first 40 days and 40 nights. I ate no bread and drank no water, on account of all your sins which ye sinned in doing evil before the Lord God to provoke him. And I was greatly terrified because of the wrath and anger, because the Lord was provoked with you, utterly to destroy you. Yet the Lord hearkened to me at this time also. And he was angry with Aaron to destroy him utterly. And I prayed for Aaron also at that time. And your sin which ye made, even the calf, I took and burnt it with fire, and pounded it until it became fine, and it became like dust. And I cast the dust into the brook that descended from the mountain. Also in the burning and in the temptation at the graves of lust, ye provoked the Lord. When the Lord sent you forth from Kadesh Barnea, saying, go up and inherit the land which I give to you. Then ye disobeyed the word of the Lord your God, and believed him not, and hearkened not to his voice. Ye were disobedient in the things relating to the Lord from the day in which he became known to you. And I prayed before the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, that the number that I prayed before for the Lord said that he would utterly destroy you. And I prayed to God, and I said, O Lord, King of gods, destroy not thy people and thine inheritance, whom thou didst redeem, whom thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt with thy great power, and with thy strong hand, and with thy high arm. Remember Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thyself. Look not upon the hardness of heart of this people, nor their impieties and their sins, lest the inhabitants of the land whence thou broughtest us out speak, saying, because the Lord could not bring them into the land which he spoke to them, and because he hated them in the wilderness, and these are thy people and thy portion, whom thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt with great strength and with mighty arm. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go back. Because he could not bring them into the land which he spoke to them, and because he hated them, he brought them forth to slay them in the wilderness. There we go. And these are thy people and thy portion, whom thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt, with thy great strength, and with thy mighty hand, and with thy high arm. At that time, verse 1, chapter 10, at that time the Lord said to me, hew for thyself 2 tablespoons as the first, and come up to me into the mountain, and thou shalt make for thyself an ark of wood, and thou shalt write upon the table And thou shalt write upon the tables the words which were on the first tables which thou didst break, and thou shalt put them into the ark. So I made the ark of boards of incorruptible wood, and I hewed tables of stone like the first. And I went up to the mountain, and the two tables were in my hands, and he wrote them upon tables, and he wrote them upon the tables according to the first writing, the 10 commandments which the Lord spoke to you in the mountain of the midst of the fire. And the Lord gave them to me. And I turned and came down from the mountain, and I put them in the tables of the ark I had made, and they were there. And there they were, as the Lord commanded me. And the children of Israel departed from Beroth of the sons of Jacum to Mizpah. There Aaron died, and there he was buried. And Eleazar his son was priest in his stead. Thence they departed to Gadgad, and from Gadgad to Ethabatha, a land wherein are torrents of water. Stop right there. So note that the 10 Commandments are so important that he's letting us know that those are on those tablets. But there's other things that are on those tablets, but the 10 Commandments are most definitely on the tablets. Now, I believe that, once again, we read the 10 Commandments maybe 2 books ago. And in the 10 Commandments, it's pretty much like, if you don't follow any of the other rules, follow these and you should be all right. You follow what I'm saying? Right. Because that's how I'm looking at it. Just do what he's asking you to do. Okay. Chapter 10, verse 1. Whoa. I'm tripping. Chapter 10, verse 8. At that time, the Lord separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of covenant of the Lord, to stand near before the Lord, to minister and bless in his name to this day. Therefore, the Levites have no part nor inheritance among their brethren. The Lord himself is their inheritance, as he said to them. And I remained in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. And the Lord heard me at that time also. And the Lord would not destroy you. And the Lord said to me, Go, set out before this people, and let them go in and inherit the land which I swear to their fathers to give to them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God, and to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve thy Lord, and to serve thy Lord God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of thy Lord God and his ordinances and all that I charge thee today, that it may be well with thee. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens belong to the Lord thy God. Stop right there. What? Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens belong to the Lord thy God, the earth and all things in it. Only the Lord chose your fathers to love them, and he chose out of their seed after them, even you, beyond all nations, as at this day. Therefore, ye shall circumcise the hardness of your heart, and ye shall not harden your neck. For the Lord your God, he is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great and strong and terrible God, who does not accept persons, nor will he by any means accept a bribe, executing judgment for the stranger and orphan and widow. And he loves the stranger to give him food and raiment. And ye shall love the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him, and shall cleave to him, and shall swear by his name. He is thy boast, and he is thy God. who has wrought in the midst of the great and glorious things which thine eyes have seen. With 70 souls your fathers went down into Egypt. But the Lord thy God has made thee as the stars of heaven in multitude. Therefore, verse 1, chapter 11. I need y'all to understand this. Already the people are as the stars of heaven. There's going to come a point to where King Solomon is on the throne, and it's something just like that. So it's like you can't, it's not just one thing. I'll say it like that. And give me one moment. We got about 32, 33 more pages to read. Bear with me. Where was I? Therefore, thou shalt love the Lord thy God, and shalt observe. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's right. Therefore, thou shalt love the Lord thy God, and shalt observe his appointments, and his ordinances, and his commandments, and his judgments, always. And ye shall know this day, for I speak not to your children who know not, and have not seen the discipline of the Lord thy God, and his wonderful works, and his strong hand, and his high arm, and his miracles, and his wonders, which he wrought in the midst of Egypt, on Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and all his land, and what he did to the host of the Egyptians, and to their chariots, and to their cavalry, and their host, how he made the cavalry, how he made the face of the water of the Red Sea to overwhelm the face of them as they pursued after you. And the Lord destroyed them until this day. And all things which he did to you in the wilderness until ye came to this place. And all things that he did to Dathan and to Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the sons of Reuben, whom the earth opening her mouth swallowed up, and their houses, and their tents, and all their substance that was with them in the midst of Israel. For your eyes have seen all the mighty works of the Lord, which he wrought among you today. Now stop right there. Now, that just goes to show you that you have to be an adult to understand what's going on. He's saying, look, the children might have seen the people get swallowed up, but they have no idea what was going on. They just don't know. The babies just don't know. And you're not going to convince me that they do. And that's just furthermore, like, that's the kind of proof that I'm trying to tell people, like, that right, that's the proof. That's it right there. That's the difference maker. Not any of this other stuff, you know? And who am I? Once again, who am I, I guess? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Where are we at? Verse 8, and he shall keep all his commandments, as many as I commanded thee today, that ye may live and be multiplied, that ye may go in and inherit the land, into which ye go across Jordan to inherit, that ye may live long upon the land, which the Lord sware to your fathers, to give to them and to their seed after them, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land into which thou goest to inherit is not the land of Egypt, which thou camest out. Whensoever they sow seed and water it with their feet, and water it with their feet as a garden of herbs, but the land into which thou goest to inherit is a land of mountains and plains. It shall drink water of rain, it shall drink water of the rain of heaven. It shall drink water of the rain of heaven, a land which the Lord thy God surveys continually. The eyes of the Lord thy God are upon it from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Okay, did y'all hear that? The land that they're going on is not like Egypt where you can just throw stuff down at your feet pretty much. And it's not all flat like. He's saying that this is mountains and plain lands. But I keep eyes on it. That's what the Most High God is saying. I watch it from the start of the year to the end of the year. Come on, man. I mean, that's epic. I mean, that's epic. Verse 13. Now, if ye will indeed hearken to all the commands which I charge thee this day, to love the Lord thy God and to serve him with all thy heart and with all thy soul, then he shall give to thy land the early and the latter rain in its season, and thou shalt bring in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil, and he shall give food in thy fields to thy cattle. And when thou hast eaten and art full, take heed to thyself that thy heart be not puffed up, and ye transgress and serve other gods and worship them. Once again, puffed up in the heart. I love it. I love it. Right on. Not puffed up. What do people say now? Right, man. He's you know what I'm saying? He's puffing his head up. He's blowing his head up. Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. This is all old school stuff. Puffed up heart. I love it. Because it tells me exactly what it is. And take heed to thyself, that thy heart be not puffed up, and ye transgress and serve other gods and worship them. And the Lord be angry with you, and restrain the heaven, and there shall not be rain, and the earth shall not yield its fruits, and ye shall perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord has given you. And ye shall store these words in your heart and in your soul, and ye shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and it shall be fixed before your eyes. Ye shall teach them to your children, so as to speak about them when thou sittest in the house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou sleepest, and when thou risest up. And ye shall write them on the lintels of your houses and on your gates, that your days may be long, and that the days of your children upon the land which the Lord sware to your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth. Now, once again, is every person of the children of Israel illiterate? No. But a major portion of these people cannot write. So the things that he's saying right now would be like you going to the priest and saying, hey, I want this right here. I want you to write this out for me. The priest write it out, you copy it, you inscribe it, or whatever. Right on? But to think that you may, let me say it like this. People to this day in this country do not read and write English. There are many Afro so-called black people who cannot read and write. They're illiterate, but they are skilled workers. Some of whom you never knew. You never knew. Some people are like me. I'm only 31, but I have relatives who are a certain age who are not strong on their reading and their writing. Right on? Word? Like, and some of us grew up with other people who were much older when we were children who could not read or write. You know? So to think that not being able to read or not being able to write is a major thing or is a big deal, it's only a big deal if you make it a big deal. Because you really don't need any of that to do those things. Where am I at? And it shall come to pass that if ye will indeed hearken to all these commands which I charge thee to observe this day, to love the Lord our God, and to walk in all his ways, and to cleave close to him, then the Lord shall cast out all the nations before you, and ye shall inherit great nations, and stronger than yourselves. Every place whereon the sole of your foot shall tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and unto Libanus, and from the great river The river Euphrates, even as far as the West Sea, shall be your coast. No one shall stand before you. And the Lord your God will put the fear of you and the dread of you on the face of all the land on which ye shall tread, as he told you. Behold, I set before you this day the blessing and the curse. The blessing, if you hearken to the commands of the Lord your God, all that I command you this day, commands of the Lord our God, as many as I command you this day, and ye wander from the way which I commanded you, having gone to serve other gods, which ye know not. And it shall come to pass, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land into which thou goest over to inherit, then thou shalt put blessing on Mount Garizim, and the curse upon Mount Gebal. Lo, are not these beyond Jordan, behind westward, in the land of Canaan, which lies westward, near Gilgal, by the high oak? For ye are passing over Jordan to go in and inherit the land, which the Lord our God gives you to inherit always, and ye shall dwell in it. Ye shall take heed to do all his ordinances and these judgments, as many as I set before you today. Chapter 12, verse 1. And these are the ordinances and the judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land, which the Lord God of your fathers gives you for an inheritance. All the days which ye shall live upon the land, ye shall utterly destroy all places in which they serve their gods, with whose land ye inherit, on the high mountains, and on the hills, and under the thick tree. And ye shall destroy their altars, and break in pieces their pillars, and ye shall cut down their groves, and ye shall burn with fire the graven images of their gods, and ye shall abolish their name out of that place. Ye shall not do so to the Ye shall not do so to the Lord your God, but in the place which the Lord your God shall choose in one of your cities to name his name there and to be called upon, ye shall even seek him out and go thither. So there was actually supposed to be some place named after the Most High God, right? But the people were supposed to go and call upon him, that he would be. And ye shall carry thither your whole burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your first fruits, and your vowed offerings, and your free will offerings, and your offerings of thanksgiving, the firstborn of your herds and of your flocks. And ye shall eat there before the Lord your God. And ye shall rejoice in all things on which ye shall lay your hand, ye and your houses, as the Lord your God has blessed you. Ye shall not do altogether as we do here today, every man that which is pleasing in his own sight. For hitherto ye have not arrived at the rest and the inheritance which the Lord our God gives you. And ye shall go over Jordan, and shall dwell in the land which the Lord our God takes as an inheritance for you. And he shall give you rest from all your enemies round about, and ye shall dwell safely. And there shall be a place which the Lord thy God shall choose for his name to be called there. Thither shall ye bring all things that I ordered you today, your whole burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and your first fruits of your hands, and every choice gift of yours, whatsoever ye shall vow to the Lord your God. And ye shall rejoice before the Lord your God, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your men servants, and your maidservants, and the Levite that is at your gates, because he has no portion or inheritance with you. Take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy whole burnt offering in any place which thou shalt see. Take heed to offer thy whole burnt offering, to offer not thy whole burnt offerings in any place which thou shalt see, save in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose in one of my tribes. There shall be your offer, your whole burnt offerings, and there shall and there shalt thou do all things whatsoever I charge thee this day. But thou shalt kill according to all thy desire, and shalt eat flesh according to the blessing of the Lord thy God. And when he has given thee in every city the unclean, that is within thee, and the clean eat on equal terms as the doe or the stag. The unclean that is within thee, and the clean shall eat it on equal terms as the doe or the stag. Only ye shall not eat the blood, ye shall pour it out on the ground as water. Thou shalt not be able to eat in thy cities, thou shalt not be able to eat in thy cities the tithe of thy corn, and of thy wine, and of thy oil, the firstborn of thine herd, of thy flock, and all your vows, as many as ye have vowed, and your thank offerings, and the first fruits of thine hands. But before the Lord thy God thou shalt eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose for himself. Thou and thy sons, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the stranger that is within thy gates. Thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God on whatsoever thou shalt lay thine hand. So he's pretty much talking about the Passover right there, saying that, like, look, you guys aren't gonna skip the Passover, right on. You're gonna go where I want you to go. You're gonna do what I want you to do, and that's it. Some people can handle that. Some people can't. You know, uh, I I personally don't see a problem with the Most High God being like that. It doesn't change anything for me. Give me one moment. Thou shalt not be able to eat in thy cities of the tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil, the firstborn of thine herd, and of thy flock, and all your vows, as many as ye shall have vowed, and your thank offerings, and the first fruit of thine hands. But before the Lord thy God thou shalt eat in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose for himself, thou, and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the stranger that is within thy gates. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God on whatsoever thou shalt lay thine hand. So obviously, this is talking about just eating food freely, but when it's talking about the first fruits and all that stuff, that's talking about the Passover. Take heed to thyself that thou do not desert the Levite all the time that thou livest upon the earth. And if the Lord thy God shall enlarge thy borders, as he said to thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh. If thou should desire to eat flesh, thou shalt eat flesh according to the desire of thy soul. And if the place be far from thee, which the Lord thy God shall choose for himself, that his name be called upon, then thou shalt kill of thy herd and of thy flock which God shall have given thee, even as I commanded thee, and thou shalt eat in thy cities according to the desire of thy soul. As the doe and the stag are eaten, so shalt thou eat it. The unclean in thee and the clean shall eat it in like manner. Take diligent heed that thou eat no blood, for blood is the life of it. The life shall have not been eaten with the flesh. Ye shall not eat it. Ye shall pour it out on the ground as water. Thou shalt not eat it, that it may be well with thee and with thy sons after thee. And if thou shalt do that which is good and pleasing before the Lord thy God, but thou shalt take the whole but thou shalt take thy holy things, and if thou hast any, and thy vowed offerings, and come to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to have his name named upon it, and thou shalt sacrifice thy whole burnt offerings, and thou shalt offer the flesh upon the altar to the Lord thy God, but the blood of thy sacrifice thou shalt pour out at the foot of the altar of the Lord thy God. But the flesh thou shalt eat. Beware and hearken, and thou shalt do all the commands which I charge thee, that it may be well with thee, and with thy sons forever. And if thou shalt do that which is pleasing and good before the Lord thy God. And if the Lord thy God shall utterly destroy the nations to whom thou goest in thither to inherit their land, from before thee, and thou shalt inherit it and dwell in the land. Take heed to thyself that thou seek not to follow them after they are destroyed before thee, saying, how did these nations act towards their gods? I will do likewise. Thou shalt not do so to thy God, for they sacrifice to their gods the abominations of the Lord which he hates. For they burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. Every word that I command you this day, it shalt thou observe. Thou shalt not add to it nor diminish it. And if there arise within thee a prophet or one who dreams a dream, and he gives thee a sign or wonder, and the sign or wonder come to pass which he spoke to thee, saying, let us go and serve other gods which ye know not, ye shall not hearken to the words of that prophet or the dreamer of that dream, because the Lord thy God tries you to know whether ye love your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Ye shall follow the Lord your God and fear him, and ye shall hear his voice and attach yourselves to him. And that prophet or that dreamer of a dream shall die, for he has spoken to make thee err from the Lord thy God, whom brought thee out of Egypt, out of the land of Egypt, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, who redeemed thee from bondage, to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou abolish the evil from among you. And if thy brother, by thy father or mother, or thy son or daughter, or thy wife in thy bosom, or friend who is equal to thine soul, to thine old soul, entreat thee secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which neither nor thy fathers have known, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, of the gods of the nations that are round about you, who are near thee or at a distance from thee, from one end of the earth to the other, thou shalt not consent to him, neither shalt thou hearken to him, and thine eye shall not spare him, and thou shalt feel no regret for him, neither shalt thou at all protect him. Thou shalt surely report concerning him, and thine hand shall be upon him among the first to slay him, and the hands of all of the people at last. And they shall stone him with stones, and he shall die, because he sought to draw thee away from the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and shall not again do according to this evil thing among you. And if any one of the cities which the Lord thy God gives thee to dwell therein, thou shalt hear men saying, evil men have gone out from you, and have caused all inhabitants of the land to fall away, saying, let us go and worship other gods, whom ye knew not, then thou shalt inquire and ask, and search diligently, and behold, if this thing is clearly true, and this abomination has taken place among you, thou shalt utterly destroy all the dwellers in that land with the edge of the sword. Ye shall solemnly curse it and all things in it, and all its spoils thou shalt gather in its public place, in its public ways, and thou shalt burn the city with fire, and all its spoils publicly before the Lord thy God, and it shall be uninhabited forever, and it shall not be built again. And there shall not be nothing of the cursed thing to cleave to thy hand, and there shall be nothing of the cursed thing cleave to thy hand, that the Lord may turn from his fierce anger, and shew thee mercy, and pity thee, and multiply thee, as he sware to thy fathers. And if thou wilt hear the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments, all that I charge thee this day to do, that which is good and pleasing before the Lord thy God. Verse 1 of chapter 14. Ye are the children of the Lord your God. Ye shall not make any baldness. Ye are what? Ye are children of the Lord your God. So we can be children of the Most High God, but there can be no Son of Man, according to certain people. Listen, y'all, I got a sip to get through this. I was sauced yesterday. I was sauced up, but today I'm just touch and go. But I gotta wake myself up continuously. Verse 1 of chapter 14. Ye are the children of the Lord your God. Ye shall not make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. So I'm thinking it's talking about people with a unibrow. Yeah, it's the only baldness you can make between your eyes. Let's keep going. For thou art a holy people to the Lord, to the Lord thy God. And the Lord thy God has chosen thee to be peculiar people to himself of all the nations on the face of the earth. Ye shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye shall eat: the calf of the herd, the lamb of the sheep, the kid of the goats, the stag, the doe, the pyrgag, the wild goat or the buffalo, the camel leopard, which is a giraffe. Every beast that divides the hoofs and make claws of two divisions that choose the cud, among these beasts ye shall eat. And these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, and of those that divide the hoofs and make distinct claws, the camel and the hare and the rabbit, because they chew the cud and do not divide the hoof. These are unclean to you. And as for the swine, because he divides the hoof and make claws of the hoof, yet he chews not the cud. He is unclean. Ye shall not eat of their flesh. Ye shall not touch their dead bodies. Wonderful point made the other day by Brother Ben Judah was that it doesn't say that you can't handle it. If you touch anything unclean, you're to clean yourself and be unclean, but you're not to touch their dead bodies, right on, and you're not to eat them. But dealing with them is totally different. You're not supposed to eat horse either, right on. Horse is not clean to eat. Yet people ride horses and all that stuff. So you understand what I'm talking about? There's degrees to this, so to speak. Let's keep reading. And these ye shall eat of all that are in the water. Ye shall eat all that have fins and scales. All that have not fins and scales ye shall not eat. They are unclean to you. Ye shall eat every clean bird. And of these ye shall not eat: the eagle, and the ossifrage, and the sea eagle, and the vulture, and the kite, and the like to it, and the sparrow, and the owl, and the seamew, and the heron, and the swan, and the stork, and the cormorant, and the hawk, and its like, and the hoopoe, and the raven, and the pelican, and the diver, and the like to it, and the red bill, and the bat. All winged animals that creep are unclean to you. Ye shall not eat of them. All winged animals that creep are unclean to you. Ye shall not eat of them. Ye shall eat every clean bird. Ye shall eat nothing that dies of itself. It shall be given to the sojourner in thy cities, and he shall eat it. Or thou shalt sell it to a stranger, because thou art a holy people to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not boil a lamb in his mother's milk. Stop right there. Again, are we hearing that? You can give whatever dies of itself to the strangers. You can give that to the sojourner among you. You're not giving that to your people, though. Right. So it's all good to give a Philistine uh, some roadkill. It's not okay to give a Simeonite some roadkill. See what I'm saying? Let's keep reading. Thou shalt tie the tenth of all thy produce of thy seed, the fruit of thy field, year by year. And thou shalt eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to have his name called there. Ye shall bring the tithe of thy corn, and of thy wine, and of thine oil, the firstborn of thine herd, of thy flock, that thou mayest learn to fear the Lord thy God always. And if the journey be too far for thee, and thou art not able to bring them, because the place is far from thee, which the Lord thy God shall choose to have his name called there, because the Lord thy God will bless thee, then thou shalt sell them for money, and thou shalt take the money in thy hands, and thou shalt go to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt give the money for whatsoever thy soul desire, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or shall lay it out on strong drink, or whatsoever thy soul may desire. And thou shalt eat there before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice in thy house, and the Levite in thy cities, because he has not a portion or inheritance with thee. So it's saying that when you do this stuff, you're supposed to bring the Levites with you. Wherever, once again, the chosen place to go do all these things, right? You're you're supposed to, if the journey's too far, you hear how it said at one point, it said, look, if it's too far, you can stay there, you can cook and eat. Then now it's saying another time, well, look, if it's too far, sell what you have, come there, and then buy what you wanted anyway. From what I gather, it's speaking on somebody who just cannot make the journey in the first instance, as opposed to somebody who could make the journey if they had less things to carry with them, right? If it was just them going and the provisions they need to make it, right? He's saying, bring your your wine money, your beer money, your liquor money, bring your food money, right on. Bring whatever you think you may want to buy some nice clothes or whatever, right? Some brand new raiment. Bring all the money that you're going to need, and bring the Levite with you, and bless the Levite, because he doesn't get what you get. He gets whatever you give him. So you have to bless the Levite and don't forget about them. I stressed this the last time when I read this stuff to y'all. The Levites probably were very, very neglected after a certain time, but the neglection comes from the corruption of the Leviticus priesthood. So I can only shun the people so much, truthfully, honestly. Give me one moment. After 3 years, thou shalt bring out all the tithes of thy fruits. In that year, thou shalt lay it up in the cities, and the Levite shall come, because he has no part or lot with thee, and the stranger, and the orphan, and the widow, which is in thy cities, and they shall eat and be filled, that the Lord thy God may bless thee and all the works which thou shalt do. So he's saying after the 3 years, right? So y'all do remember that the fourth year, the fruit is good to eat, right? The third year, right, they put it up for the sacrifice. See what I'm saying? So it's funny that it goes like that. That he's saying, like, look, your third year in, right? Because you're not supposed to eat the fruit for the first however many years. But your third year in, what you're gonna do is you're gonna leave everything out for the priest and the strangers and the widows and all those kind of stuff and the wild beasts and all that, and you're gonna let them eat. And the Most High God, He's watching all this, so He's gonna bless what you're doing. You know, it's a blessing. You know, it's a blessing. Every 7 years, thou shalt make a release. And this is the ordinance of the release. Thou shalt remit every private debt which thy neighbor owes thee, and thou shalt not ask payment of it from thy brother, for it has been called a release to the Lord thy God. Of a stranger thou shalt ask again of whatever he has of thine, but to thy brother thou shalt remit his debt to thee. For thus there shall be not a poor person in the midst of thee, for the Lord thy God will surely bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God gives thee by inheritance, that thou shouldest inherit it. And if ye should indeed hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, to keep and do all these commandments, as many as I charge thee this day, for the Lord thy God has blessed thee in the way of which he spoke to thee, then thou shalt lend money to many nations, but thou shalt not borrow. And thou shalt rule over many nations, but they shall not rule over thee. And if thou shalt be in the midst of, and if there shall be in the midst of thee a poor man of thy brethren, and one of thy cities in the land which the Lord thy God gives thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, neither shalt thou by any means close up thine hand from thy brother who was in want. Thou shalt surely open thine hands to him, and thou shalt lend to him as much as he wants according to his need. Take heed to thyself that there be not a secret thing in thine heart, and iniquity, saying, The seventh year of release draws nigh, and thine eye shall be evil to thy brother that is in want, and thou shalt not give to him, and he shall cry against thee to the Lord, and there shall be great sin in thee. And thou shalt surely give to him, and thou shalt lend to him as much as he wants, according as he is in need. And thou shalt not grudge in thy heart as thou givest to him, because on this account the Lord thy God will bless thee in all thy works, and in all things on which thou shalt lay thine hand. For the poor shall not fail off thy land. For the poor shall not fail off thy land. Therefore I charge thee to do this thing, saying, Thou shalt surely open thy hands to thy poor brother, and to him that is distressed upon thy land. And if thy brother or sister, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, be sold to thee, he shall serve thee 6 years. And in the seventh year thou shalt send him out free from thee. And when thou shalt send him out free from thee, thou shalt not send him out empty. Thou shalt give him provision for the way for his flock, for that thou shalt give him provision for the way from thy flock, and from thy corn, and from thy wine, as the Lord thy God has blessed thee. Thou shalt give to him. And thou shalt remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee from thence. I got to stop right there, and I got to talk to y'all real quick, man. You know, I don't normally, I'm not going to tell y'all all my business, but I've been looking out for a really close relative of mine for like the last, 7, 8 months, going on 9 months. And I had got really frustrated with him a couple weeks ago. And I wasn't trying to, but I corrected my heart about it. But I know that when I read this, how I handled the situation was not how I was supposed to handle it. See, and this is why I'm supposed to read this. This is why I have to read this to remind myself, you know, that I understand that that this circumstance is making the hearts of many, the love of many to wax cold. But it's telling us here to look out for our people and to do whatever we can for them. Right. And to not hold it against them. See what I'm saying? Like I I needed to read that to be reminded. That's just me sharing me with y'all. That's me sharing my situation with y'all. You know, let's just keep reading. And if he should say to thee, I will not go out from thee, because he continues to love thee in thy house, because he is well with thee, then thou shalt take an owl, an owl, and bore his ear through to the door, and he shall be thy servant forever. And in like manner, thou shalt do to thy maidservant. It shall not seem hard to thee when they are sent out free from thee, because thy servant has served thee 6 years according to the annual hire of a hireling. So the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all things whatsoever thou mayest do. Every firstborn that that shall be born among thy kind and thy sheep shall thou shalt sanctify the males to the Lord thy God. And thou shalt not work with the firstborn, and thou shalt not work with thy firstborn calf, and thou shalt not shear the firstborn of thy sheep. Thou shalt eat it before the Lord year by year in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and thou and thy house. And if there be in it a blemish, if it be lame or blind, an evil blemish, thou shalt not sacrifice it to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt eat it in thy cities, the unclean in thee, and the clean shall eat it in like manner, as the doe or the stag. Only ye shall not eat the blood. Thou shalt pour it out unto the earth as water. Chapter 14. No, chapter 16, excuse me. Verse 1. Observe the month of new corn. Thou shalt sacrifice the Passover to the Lord thy God, because in the month of new corn thou camest out of Egypt by night, and thou shalt sacrifice the Passover to the Lord thy God, sheep and oxen in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to have his name called upon it. Thou shalt not eat leaven with it. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread with it, bread of affliction, because ye came forth out of Egypt in haste, that ye may remember the day of your coming forth out of the land of Egypt, all the days of your life. Leaven shall not be seen with thee in all thy borders for 7 days, and and there shall not be left of the flesh which thou shalt sacrifice at even on the first day until the morning. Thou shalt have no power to sacrifice. Thou shalt have no power to sacrifice the Passover in any of the cities which the Lord thy God gives thee, but in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to have his name called there. Thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, at the setting of the sun, at the time when thou camest out of Egypt. And thou shalt boil and roast and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt return in the morning and go to thy house, or houses. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day is a holy feast to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do in it, thou shalt not do in it any work, save what must be done by anyone. 7 weeks shalt thou number to thyself, when thou hast begun to put the sickle to the corn, and thou shalt begin to number, and thou shalt begin to number the 7 weeks. And thou shalt keep the feast of the weeks to the Lord thy God, according as thy hand has power in as many things as the Lord thy God shall give thee. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God, and thy son, and thy daughter, thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, and the stranger, and the orphan, and the widow which dwells among you, in whatsoever place the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name shall be called there. So the widow is also an indication that everybody's not going to make it back. Everybody that goes out there to war is not going to make it back. Right. That's an indication right there. Believe that. Let's keep reading. In whatsoever place, whoa, 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 whoa. Thou shalt keep the feast, and thou shalt keep the feast of weeks to the Lord thy God, according as thy hand has power in as many things as the Lord thy God shall give thee. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God. thou and thy sons and thy daughter, thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite and the stranger, and the orphan, and the widow which dwells among you, in whatsoever place the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name shall be called upon there. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these commands. Thou shalt keep for thyself the feast of tabernacles 7 days, when thou gathered in thy produce from thy corn floor and thy winepress, and thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou and thy son and thy daughter, thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite, and the stranger, and the orphan, and the widow that is in thy cities. 7 days thou shalt keep a feast to the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose for himself. And if the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy fruits, and in every work of thy hands, then thou shalt rejoice. 3 times in the year shall all males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. Thou shalt not appear before the Lord thy God empty, each one according to his ability, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God which he has given thee. Thou shalt make for thyself judges and officers in thy cities, which the Lord thy God gives thee in thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. They shall not wrest judgment, nor favor persons, nor receive a gift, for gifts blind the eyes, for gifts blind the eyes of the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. They shall justly pursue justice. They shall justly pursue justice, that ye may live, and go in and inherit the land which the Lord thy God gives thee, that thou plant for thyself, that thou shalt not plant for thyself a grove. Thou shalt not plant for thyself any tree near the altar of thy God. Thou shalt not set up a thou shalt not set up for a thou shalt not set up for thyself a pillar, which the Lord thy God hates. Chapter 17, verse 1. Thou shalt not sacrifice to the Lord thy God a calf or a sheep in which there was a blemish or any evil thing, for it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. And if there should be found in any one of these cities which the Lord thy God gives thee, a man or a woman who shall do that which is evil before the Lord thy God, so as to transgress his covenant, and they should go and serve other gods and worship them, the sun, or the moon, or any of the host of heaven, which he commanded thee not to do, and it be told to thee, and thou shalt have inquired diligently, and behold, this thing really took place, this abomination has been done in Israel, then thou shalt bring out that man or that woman, and ye shall stone them with stones, and they shall die. He shall die on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. A man who was put to death shall not be put to death for 1 witness. And the hand of the witnesses shall be upon him the first to put him to death, and the hand of the people at the last, so that thou shalt remove the evil one from among yourselves. And if the matter shall be too hard for thee in judgment, uh, between blood and blood, and between cause and cause, and between stroke and stroke, and between contradiction and contradiction, matters of judgment in your city, then thou shalt arise and go up to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and thou shalt come to the priests, the Levites, and to the judges, who shall be in those days. And they shall search out the matter and report the judgment to thee. And thou shalt act according to the which they shall report to thee of the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt observe to do whatsoever shall have been by law, whatsoever shall have been by law appointed to thee. Thou shalt do according to the law and to the judgment which they shall declare to thee. Thou shalt not swerve to the right hand or to the left for any sentence when they shall report to thee. which they shall report to thee. And the man whosoever shall act in haughtiness, so as not to hearken to the priest who stands to minister in the name of the Lord, or the judge who shall preside in those days, that man shall die. And those and thou shalt remove the evil one out of Israel. And the people shall hear and fear, and shall not commit impiety. And when thou shalt enter into the land which the Lord thy God which the Lord thy God gives thee, and shall inherit it, and dwell in it, and shall say, I will set a ruler over me, as also the other nations round about me. That thou shalt surely set a ruler, thou shalt surely set over thee the ruler whom the Lord thy God shall choose. Stop right there. I was talking to an individual earlier, and he was talking about how the Most High God didn't want the people to have a king and this, that, and the other. What's funny is that these are commandments from the Most High God. So he already knew what was going to happen. I don't think the Most High God wanted the angels to sleep with earth women either, bruh. Just throwing that out there. But people be thinking they know so damn much. I just wanted to just I wanted to just take a chance to take a six on him just then real quick. And I took my chance. But that right there proves it all. That just because the Most High God knows something is going to happen doesn't mean he wants it to happen. I throw my hands up. Give me one moment, please. Ugh. Oh. All righty. When thou shalt enter into the land which the Lord thy God gives thee, and shall inherit it, and dwell in it, and shalt say, I will set a ruler over me, as also the other nations round about me. Thou shalt surely set over thee the ruler whom the Lord thy God shall choose of thy brethren. Thou shalt set over thee a ruler. Thou shalt not have power to set over thee a stranger, because he is not thy brother. For he shall not multiply himself horses, and he shall by no means turn the people back to Egypt, lest he should multiply to himself horses. For the Lord said, Ye shall not by any means turn back by that way. And he shall not multiply to himself wives, lest his heart turn away, and he shall not greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And when he shall be established in his government, then he shall write for himself this repetition of the law into a book by the hands of the priests of the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read it in all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord thy God, and to keep all these commandments, and to observe these ordinances, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, that he depart not from the commandments on the right hand or on the left, that he and his sons may reign long in his dominion among the children of Israel. Let me read that part again. And when he shall have established his government, when he shall be established in his government, talking about the ruler set over them, who the Most High God allows, then he shall write for himself this repetition of the law into a book by the hands of the priest of the Levites. So what does that mean? That means that no regular people did not have a copy of the scripture back then. This is just during the times of Moses. I can't speak during the days of so-called Jesus. You got dudes who want to say he wasn't even real. He's not even a real guy. My question is that if he's not real, what happened? What really happened then? What was really going on back then? Somebody give me the game because I want to know. Somebody tell me what was going on back then, please. Let's go ahead and keep it pushing. Let's keep reading. Verse 1, verse 1 of chapter 18. The priests, the Levites, even the whole tribe of Levi, shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. The burnt offerings of the Lord are their inheritance. They shall eat them, and they shall have no inheritance among their brethren. The Lord himself is his portion, as he said to him. And this is due of the priest in the things coming from the people, from those who offer sacrifices, whether it be a calf or a sheep. And thou shalt give the shoulder to the priest, and the cheeks, which is the backside, and the great intestine, and the first fruits of thy corn, and of thy wine, and of thine oil, and thou shalt give to him the first fruits of the fleeces of thy sheep, because the Lord has chosen him out of all the tribes to stand before the Lord thy God, to minister and bless in his name himself and his sons among the children of Israel. Okay, keep reading, Meeks. We ain't gonna stop this yet. And if a Levite come from one of the cities of all the children of Israel, where he himself dwells accordingly as his mind desires, to the place which he shall have chosen, he shall minister to the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren, the Levites, who stand there present before the Lord God. He shall eat an allotted portion, besides the sale of his hereditary property. And when thou shalt have entered into the land which the Lord thy God gives thee, thou shalt not learn to do according to the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found in thee one who purges his son or daughter with fire, or who uses divination, who deals with omens or augury, a sorcery employing incantation, one who has in him a divining spirit, an observer of signs, questioning the dead. For everyone that does these things in abomination to the Lord thy God. For because of these abominations, the Lord will destroy them from the Lord. The Lord will destroy from them before thy face. The Lord will destroy them from before thy face. There we go. Thou shalt be perfect before the Lord thy God. For all these nations whose land thou shalt inherit, they will listen to omens and divinations. But the Lord thy God has not permitted thee to do so. Right. The Most High is saying, like, look, they're going to do all this stuff. They got iPads, iPhones, all that. You're not supposed to be doing none of that. You're not supposed to use none of it. You're not supposed to mess with none of it. You don't worry about no horoscopes. You don't worry about no astrology. You don't worry about none of that. Okay? Word? You don't look up to the sky and say, oh, the clouds are way yonder, right? Looks like it might rain. I'm going to go inside and not do any work today. That's why it's not just to not lead you away from him. It's to also to not lead you away from regular activities you might normally engage in. Guy looks up and says, oh, it's going to rain. So what, it's going to rain? I still have to do the same work I'm going to do every day. If I don't, when it does rain, the rain won't do what it's supposed to do for the land. Do y'all understand the baseness of it? Yet the also spiritual, esoteric touch that it has to it is deep. It's beyond basic, regular understanding. Once again, folks who will believe what a white scholar told them is right or wrong can't tell me a damn thing because they're not using their own spirit, their own soul to seek out the Most High God. I have sought out knowledge. I have sought out the Most High God with all my heart and soul. So therefore, I just don't, no disrespect to anybody. I just don't care what they think. I really don't. What I'm reading to you right now is what I think. What I'm saying to you based on what I read is based on an observation. It's not just me making it up. But let me get back to the scripture. The Lord thy God shall raise up to thee a prophet of thy brethren, like me. Him shall ye hear. This is Moses talking to the people. According to all things which thou didst desire of the Lord thy God in Horeb, in the day of the assembly, saying, we will not again hear the voice of the Lord, of the Lord, of the Lord thy God, and we will not any more see this great fire, and so we shall not die. And the Lord said to me, they have spoken rightly all that they have said to thee. I will raise up to them a prophet of their brethren, like thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he will speak to them as I shall command him. And whatever man shall not hearken to whatever words that prophet shall speak in my name, I will take vengeance on him. I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but if I was and nobody's listening to me, guess what? That's on them. He's gonna take vengeance on them. If likewise for them to me, from anybody, for if I'm in the congregation and I'm listening to someone else speak and they sound like they've got something that's not their own understanding, right? If I push back on that with all my might and all my soul, the vengeance of the Most High God is going to come from me. As opposed to saying, you know what, they may understand something better and more than I do. Right. You know, tying your shoes is not really a great art. It takes very little sense to do it. But you have to be shown how to tie your shoes. See what I'm saying? Same thing with the scripture. Just because you have shoes on your feet does not mean they're tied. I'm looking at undone laces. And at any moment, if you move too fast, get up too crazy, you're going to slip, fall, and bust your whole head wide open. And that could be fatal. So I'm trying to teach people how to tie their shoes. Can y'all hear me? I'm trying to teach brothers and sisters how to tie their shoes. They already have shoes and laces. I'm trying to show them how to tie their shoes. Let's keep reading, please. And whatsoever man shall not hearken to whatsoever words that prophet shall speak in my name, I will take vengeance on him. But that prophet, whosoever shall impiously speak in my name a word which I have not commanded him to speak, and whosoever speak in my name of other gods, that prophet shall die. That's right. When have I ever said to worship anyone other than the Most High God? And I'm not calling myself a prophet, but I'm just saying. There's people who do consider themselves prophets. I don't. I'm at that point, brothers and sisters, where at some point we have to literally stand back and say, all right, y'all can't have it all. I'm sorry. They can't have it all. I can't have it all. I get it. I can't have a really, really excellent job. I can't have the family all together. I can't have all these nice amenities, right? So-called nice amenities, these luxuries, right? And then still expect to be able to be in touch with the people of the Most High God who are suffering right now at this very moment. I too have to be suffering to some degree where it's like, I know that this isn't right, no matter how comfortable I may be in my situation. But if thou shalt say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord has not spoken? Whatsoever words that prophet shall speak in the name of the Lord, and they shall not come true and not come to pass, this is the thing which the Lord has not spoken. That prophet has spoken wickedly. Ye shall not spare him. Chapter 19, verse 1. And when the Lord thy God shall have destroyed the nations which God gives thee, even the land, and ye shall inherit them, and dwell in their cities and in their houses, Thou shalt separate for thyself 3 cities in the midst of the land which the Lord thy God gives thee. Take survey of thy way, which thou shalt divide that coast of thy land, which the Lord thy God apportions to thee, into 3 parts. And there shall be a refuge for every manslayer. And this shall be the ordinance of the manslayer, who shall flee thither, and shall live. Whomsoever shall have smitten his neighbor ignorantly, whereas he hated him not in past times, meaning yesterday or the third day, meaning that we can't think of any recent time y'all didn't get along, right? And whosoever shall enter with his neighbor into the thicket to gather wood, if the hand of him that cuts the wood with the axe shall be violently shaken, and the head of the axe falling off from the handle should light on his neighbor, and he should die, he shall flee to one of the cities and live, lest the avenger of blood pursue after the slayer, because his heart is hot, and overtake him, if the way be too long, and slay him. And there is to this man no sentence of death, because he hated him not in the time past. So what it's saying is this: guy kills somebody on accident. He's leaving, right? They're saying that he's supposed to be, good in the cities of refuge. Let's say the cities of refuge are too far, right? And the avenger of blood catches him because he's pissed. He's not hearing none of that. I don't care that you did it on accident. It's blood for blood out here. Right. And you get killed. They're saying that even though what he did was not out of malice, the law of the avenger of blood still applies. And even if you wanted to say that the person who slew someone kills the avenger of blood, no matter how you try to discern that, it's saying that whatever happens in that situation, there's no the idea of blood being on somebody's hand is not on their hands per se. Now, I guess somebody could avenge the manslayer, but he slew someone in the first place for that to happen. So you would be out of line to try to do that. And if you got yourself kid trying to slay some, it could create an ongoing cycle, is what I'm trying to say. Therefore I charge thee, saying, thou shalt separate for thyself 3 cities. And if the Lord shall enlarge thy borders, as he swore to thy fathers, and the Lord shall give to thee all the land which he said he would give to thy fathers, if thou shalt hearken to do all these commands, which I charge thee this day, to love the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways continually, thou shalt add for thyself yet 3 cities to these 3. So innocent blood shall not be spilt in the land, which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit, and there shall not be in thee one guilty of blood. So he's pretty much trying to say, like, look, you don't want your cities having the blood of innocent people getting spilled in them, because that's going to upset the land. It's going to aggrieve the land. The reasons why the land is aggrieved, why the reason why the people, the giants and all of them were being kicked off the land is because of what he's trying to tell them not to do. But if there be in thee a man hating his neighbor, and he should lay in wait for him, and rise up against him, and smite him that he die, and he should flee to one of these cities, then shall the elders of the city send, and take him thence, and they shall deliver him into the hands of the avengers, not the avenger, avengers of blood, and he shall die. Thine eye shall not spare him. So shalt thou purge innocent blood from Israel, and it shall be well with thee. Thou shalt not move the landmarks of thy neighbor, which thy father set in the inheritance, in which thou obtained a share in the land, which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit. One witness shall not stand to testify against a man for any iniquity, for or for any fault, or for any sin which he may commit. By the mouth of 2 witnesses, or by the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall every word be established. So look, It's trying to say right here. Now, now you guys remember earlier how I was saying that witnesses, like one person can't get you put to death, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, say for the fact of, let's say you're trying to worship other gods, right? You get what I mean? Now, my idea is that you would report this person. I'm just giving y'all a rundown how my mind works. You would report the person who's trying to worship other gods. You would set up some kind of fake meet with them. So the way that the elders could catch them in the act is undeniable. You follow what I'm saying? Something like this is very similar. You, whatever the charge is, you can't as one person just levy that charge against them without someone else having seen it. Now, does it say that the elders come and watch and do all that? No, but you inform on them to the judges and everyone. Right. And it says that you're going to be the first. Okay, well, how could you prove that they did that unless someone else seen you doing something that you're not supposed to do? My point exactly. Why do you think it asked us about a man's close families, asking him, yo, hey man, let's go serve other gods? Okay, if your wife and your son are both trying to do all that, right? Henceforth, why the Messiah said that a man's enemies will be those of his own household, a man's own foes will be those of his own household. The bottom line being this: you would probably be setting them up. You know what they consider a snitch now? Obviously, you couldn't wear a wire back then unless they had wires, right? So you're putting them in a position where they'll be caught, compromised, and then right then and there, once judgment is made, you're supposed to be the first and the last, among the first and the last, to lay hands on them. So I'm just speaking to that, so that way everybody understands that how that would realistically play out is them being set up. Right. So that way they could prove that this person is actually doing what they say to do. The false prophet would more than likely say what they're saying to more than one person. So there would more than likely be more than one witness to this thing. In the event that someone was a passerby, overheard a conversation, you and they both report on this person, now there's more than one witness. So even if you said it all yourself, another person come and said the same thing that you said who doesn't even know you. Hell, they hate you. They're your sworn enemy, but they said the same thing that you said. I'm trying to give y'all my understanding. I'm not adding to the scripture, nor am I taking away from it. I'm understanding what I understand from it. Just like how sacrifice is cooking. And I deduced that and I've broken that down to people many and many times. And every time you cook, you're committing sacrifice, whether you realize it or not. Now let's do this. And if an unjust witness rise up against a man, alleging iniquity against him, then shall two men between whom the controversy is stand before the Lord and before the priest and before the judges, who may be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquiry. And behold, if an unjust witness has borne unjust testimony and has stood up against his brother, then do against his brother, excuse me, then ye shall do to him as he wickedly devised to do against his brother. And thou shalt remove the evil from yourselves. And the rest shall hear and fear and do no more according to this evil in the midst of you. Thine eye shall not spare him. Thou shalt exact life for life, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Verse 1, chapter 20. And if thou shouldest go forth to war against thine enemies, and shouldest see horse and rider, and people more numerous than thyself, and thou shalt not be afraid of them. For the Lord thy God is with thee. I love it. Right, right. You look over, all you see is horses and people. That's all you see. You don't see no grass. You don't see no rocks. All you see is people. Oh, yeah. Let's keep reading. Thou shalt not be afraid of them, for the Lord thy God is with thee, who brought thee up out of Egypt, who brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And it shall come to pass, whenever thou shalt draw nigh to battle, that the priest shall draw nigh and speak to the people, and say to them, Hear, O Israel, you are going this day to battle against your enemies. Let not your heart faint. Fear not, neither be confounded. Allah. Anybody who's never obviously trained in the military doesn't understand what this stuff is talking about, but I get it. Neither turn aside from their face, for it is the Lord your God who advances with you to fight with you against your enemies and to save you. And the scribe shall speak to the people, saying, What man is he that has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the war, and another man dedicated it. And another man dedicated. And what man is he that has planted a vineyard and has not made merry with it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man be made merry with it. And what man has betrothed a wife and has not taken her? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in battle, and another man take her. And the scribe shall speak further to the people and say, What man is he that fears and is cowardly in his heart? Let him go and return to his house, lest he make the heart of his brother fail as his own. And it shall come to pass, when the scribes shall have ceased speaking to the people, that they shall appoint generals of the army to the leaders of the people. And if thou shalt draw nigh to a city to overcome them by war, then call out them peaceably. If then they should answer peaceably to thee and open to thee, it shall be all that the people found in it shall be tributary and subject to thee. But if they will not hearken to thee, but wage war against thee, thou shalt invest it, until the Lord thy God shall deliver it into thy hands, and thou shalt smite every male of it with the edge of the sword, except the women and the stuff. Not the stuff, and all the cattle, and whatsoever shall be in the city, and all the plunder thou shalt take as spoil for thyself, and shalt eat all the plunder of thine enemies, whom the Lord thy God gives thee. And thou shalt do to all the cities that are very far off from thee, not being of the cities of these nations which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit their land. Okay, so to distinguish, he's saying, look, when y'all actually have inherited the cities, and y'all do inherit them, and y'all go out to go fight wars, right? And you're dealing with other people who won't deal peaceably with you, okay? And you're fighting against them and you're warring with them. He's saying, look, he being Moses, and Moses is saying, look, everybody in this land that y'all going to right now to inherit, y'all gonna kill everybody. But after that, y'all gonna go to the land and only kill the males, keep the women, keep all the things, keep all the stuff, right? So pretty much saying that the only time we're gonna be on kill everything mode is the first initial hit. Where we at? And let's talk about the fact that if you scared, don't go to church, take yourself home. If you got a new wife, take yourself home. If you got a new house, take yourself home to the crib. If you just planted a vineyard and you ain't never been faded off of it, take yourself home. Right. But I love it. Anybody who's fearing cowardly in the heart, yeah, man, go home, bro. Nobody's gonna know unless they know that you just got married, unless they know that you just built a house, unless they know that you just planted a vineyard. They're like, oh no, he's a coward, okay? Because he been married for hella years. That vineyard is old. Okay, right on, and his house is old. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's gonna be telltale signs of who's going and why. Let's keep going. This thus shalt thou do to all the cities that are very far off, that are very far off from thee, not being of the cities of these nations which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit their land. Of these ye shall not take anything alive, but ye shall surely curse them: the Kittite, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Perizzite, and the Evite, and the Jebusite, and the Girgasite, as the Lord thy God commanded thee, that they may not teach you to do all their abominations, which they do to their gods, and so ye should sin before the Lord your God. And if thou shouldest besiege the city many days to prevail against it, by war to take it, thou shalt not destroy its trees by applying an iron tool to them, but thou shalt eat of it, and shalt not cut it down. Is the tree that is in the field a man to enter before thee into the work of the siege? Is the tree that is in the field of a man to enter before thee into the work of the siege? But the tree which thou knowest to be not fruit bearing, this shall be destroyed and cut down. And thou shalt construct a mount against the city which makes war against thee until it be delivered up. Okay, plain and simple. Number one, um, you can eat fruit that can sustain you. So worrying about what your people are going to eat every day is less of a worry. And these trees are gigantic trees. They're not these little puny trees that you guys are used to seeing. These are gigantic trees. Right. You're dealing with walled cities, gated cities. So ain't no standard apple tree from your yard going to be used to batter against the door or the gate of a city. You're talking about a giant ass tree. Right. So he's Moses is saying, look, don't cut down these fruit trees that you can eat off of. Cut down the trees that don't produce anything. Right. That only makes sense. Now, why you would have to tell people that if common sense was so common, why are you having to tell people stuff that's common sense? Like we can eat that. But dudes will be so desperate in the time of war, they'll be like, we're just trying to break it down. We'll get in there tonight. And then 3 months later, you're like, damn, we could have used that tree. We could have still been eating off of that because it's still in season. Or it's about to be in season and we cut it down. So now it never came into season. That kind of shit. It's like, come on, man. This childish. Where are we at? Where are we? Where are we at? And if one be found slain with the sword in the land, which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit, having fallen in the field, and they do not know who has smitten him, thine elders and thy judges shall come forth, and shall measure the distances of the cities round about the slain man. And it shall be the city which is nearest to him that the slain man of the elders of that city shall take a heifer of the herd, which has not labored, which has not borne a yoke, and the elders of that city shall bring down the heifer into a rough valley, which has not been tilled and is not sown, and they shall slay the heifer in the valley. And the priests of the Levites shall come, because the Lord has chosen them to stand by him, to bless in his name, and by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be decided. And all the elders of that city who draw nigh to the slain man shall wash their hands over the head of the heifer which was slain in the valley. And they shall answer and say, our hands have not shed this blood, and our eyes have not seen it. Be merciful to thy people Israel, whom thou hast redeemed. O charge, O Lord, that innocent blood may not be charged on thy people Israel. and the Lord, excuse me, and the blood shall be atoned for them. And thou shalt take away innocent blood from among you, if it shouldest do, if thou shouldest do which is good and pleasing before the Lord thy God. And, and and if when thou goest out to war against thine enemies, the Lord thy God should deliver them into thine hands, and thou shouldest take as their spoil, and thou see among the spoil a woman beautiful in countenance, and shouldest desire her, or think about her, and take her to thyself for a wife, and shouldest bring her within thine house, thou shalt then shalt thou shave her head and pare her nails, and shall take away her garments of captivity from off her, and she shall abide in thine house, and shall bewail her father and mother the days of a month. And afterwards thou shalt go unto her, and dwell with her, and she shall be thy wife. And if it be that thou do not delight in her, that thou shalt send her out free, and she shall not by any means be sold for money, that thou shalt not treat her contemptuously, because thou hast humbled her. Right. You're gonna sleep with the chick and then you're gonna sell her, huh? Get rid of her, huh? It's not enough that you probably killed her parents or helped kill her parents or helped kill the whole fucking village. Excuse my language. That's not enough. No. You gotta tap that and then you gotta sell her too. The fact that he has to tell these people this should tell you what kind of individuals he's dealing with. I mean, man, just think about it. Just think about it. Like he's literally saying, "Hey, please don't do this crazy stuff." This is the same Moses who had to ask the same people not to prostitute out their daughters, lest she should become a whore. Let's keep reading. And if a man have two wives, the one loved and the other hated, and the and both the loved and the hated should have borne him children, and the son of the hated should be firstborn, then it shall be that whensoever he shall divide by inheritance his goods to his sons, he shall not be able to give the right of the firstborn to the son of the loved one, having overlooked the son of the hated, which is the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the firstborn of the hated one to give him double of all things which shall be found by him, because he is the first of his children, and to him belongs the birthright. Just in case people are wondering what a birthright is the tacit, the suggested or implied understanding that because you are the first to be brought forth from your mother and your father, that you are inherently, I won't say worthy, but you are inherently designate for all things that they accrue throughout their life. Because let's say they only have one child, everything would go to you. So everyone after you is lesser than. No disrespect. No disrespect. Because I'm my mother's second born, but I'm my father's firstborn. And this is the problem with women having children with different men is 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 that thing right there. Is So is this man who is your second man that you got pregnant by, or third man you got pregnant by, but this is his first child? Is he to put your firstborn children over his firstborn children? This is why women aren't supposed to have multiple men, and this is why it's addressing a man who has multiple women now. Right on, saying that if you hate your wife, but the firstborn is born of the wife that you hate, you got to give him double. Still, you can't not give him what he deserves. Let's assume let's assume that you have all daughters and it's the same situation. It's still the same thing. I hate my firstborn daughter's mama and I love my secondborn or my thirdborn daughter mama. Love her, would chop off my hand, my feet, yeah, kill me for her. But this first one, man, I wouldn't drop no sweat for her. I wouldn't move my body to conjure up sweat for her. Like that kind of thing. It's no different. Here we are. Let's keep going. I know y'all are busy. Y'all got lives to live. And if any man has a disobedient or contentious son who hearkens not to the voice of his father and to the voice of his mother, and they should correct him, and he should hearken, and he should not hearken to them, then shall his father and his mother take hold of him and bring him forth to the elders of the city, to the gate of the place. And they shall say to the men of the city that their son is disobedient and contentious, and contentious. He hearkens not to our voice. He is a reveler and a drunkard. You know those drunk ass niggas that be on the side of the street, singing, right? You know what I'm talking about? You hit the city and he talk anyway, let me not go there. I'm gonna chill out. But yeah, y'all know who I'm talking about. Thems. This is our son. This our son is obedient and contentious, and he hearkens not to our voice. He is a reveler and a drunkard. And the men of the city shall stone him with stones, and he shall die. And thou shalt remove the evil one from yourselves. And the rest shall hear and fear. So all them drunk ass dudes at home with their mama and their daddies, oh yeah, they like, oh, bro, I got to straighten up, bro. Yeah, man, they just stone JoJo, man. Heard his parents bust him upside his head. They was the first and the last to do it. They were sick of his stuff. They be sick of it. We're sick of this. I'm tired of you. Don't nobody want to go through that. And if there be a sin in anyone, and if there be sin in anyone, and the judgment of death be upon him, and he be put to death, and ye hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but ye shall by all means bury it in that day. For everyone that is hanged on a tree is cursed of God. And ye shall by no means defile the land which the Lord thy God gives us for an inheritance. Did y'all hear that? Hanging people by trees is cursing them. You are cursing the land when you do that. So if you're going to hang them and then bury them, because to leave them hung, what do you think those guys were doing back then? Huh? Had people hanging from trees, heads hanging from trees, heads on pikes, all kinds of crazy shit, trying to make people scared. But you done curse the land because their soul, their spirit can't rest. Chapter 22, verse 1. When thou seest the calf of thy brother or his sheep wandering in the way, thou shalt not overlook them. Thou shalt by all means turn them back to thy brother, and thou shalt restore them to him. And thy brother did not come, and if thy brother did not come nigh to thee, and thou dost not know him, listen. And if thy brother does not come nigh to thee, and thou dost not know him, stop right there. Meaning that what? All people from your actual tribe are your brothers. Right. No duh. So it's not just talking about your physical brother from your mother or your father. Thou shalt bring into thy house, thou shalt bring into thy house within, and it shall be with thee until thy brother shall seek them, and thou shalt restore them to him. Thou shalt do to his ass, and thou shalt do to his garment, and thou shalt do to everything that that thy brother has lost. Whatsoever shall have been lost by him, thou shalt have found, and thou shalt have not have power to overlook. Thou shalt not see the ass of thy brother or his calf fallen in the way. Thou shalt not overlook them. Thou shalt surely help him raise them up. The apparel of a man shall not be on a woman, neither shall a man put on a woman's dress. For everyone that does this thing is an abomination to the Lord thy God. And if thou shouldest come upon a brood of birds before thy face in the way of in the way or upon any tree or upon the earth, young or eggs, and the mother be brooding on the younger eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young ones. Thou shalt by all means let the mother go, but thou shalt take to thyself the young to thy, but thou shalt take the young to thyself, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest live long. So people did eat eggs, but he do you think they cooked those eggs? Of course. I told you, you're not supposed to eat the blood of anything. Eggs can have blood in them. So to think that an egg couldn't have blood in it back then is unthinkable. Right. What? Why'd you delete my nigga Benji? What? 1 second. 1 second, gentlemen. Don't worry. Ben Judah's cool, bro. Right on. Ben Judah's cool, bro. You ain't gotta block him or nothing like that. That's my guy. I just so happen to look up and see a little discrepancy. No worries, anybody. Where are we at? Where are we at? We're just talking about eggs. Where am I at though? There we go. Okay. And if thou should build a new house, then shalt thou make a parapet to thy house. So thou shalt not bring blood guiltiness upon thy house. And if one should in any wise fall from it, thou shalt not sow to thy vineyard with. If anyone should in otherwise fall from it. Oh, you're not. Don't be sorry, bro. It's all right. It's all. It's all. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing, fam. I was just letting you know that he's not a marked man. You know what I'm saying? He's not. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and wrench him up so that way. Yeah, I understand, bro. Yeah, I mean, you can't change what the phone is gonna do. Sometimes I touch my phone and it will be like, "You want to go live?" Yeah, I'm like, yeah. So I totally get it. You know what I'm saying? Like I totally get it. I'm like, I do not want to go live right now. Okay, so yeah, I'm with you. But let me try to get my let me get my feet resettled because we're really on the last hour of reading. If that, I don't even know if it's that whole hour of reading. Maybe an hour, gentlemen. Maybe. Let's see. And if thou shalt build a new house, thou shalt make a parapet to thy house, so that thou shalt not bring blood guiltiness upon thy house. And if anyone in any wise fall from it, thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seed, lest the fruit be devoted. And whatsoever seed that thou mayest sow with the fruit of thy vineyard, thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a mingled garment, woolen and linen together. Thou shalt make fringes on thy borders of thy garments, which soever thou mayest be clothed. And if anyone should take a wife and dwell with her and hate her, and attach to her reproachful words and bring against her an evil name and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found not her tokens of virginity, then the father and the mother of the damsel shall take and bring out the damsel's tokens of virginity to the elders of the city of the gate. And the father of the damsel shall say to the elders, I gave this my daughter to this man for a wife. And now he has hated her and attaches reproachful words to her, saying, I have not found tokens of virginity with thy daughter. And these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall unfold the garment before the elders of the city. And the elders of the city shall take that man and chastise him, and shall fine him 100 shekels, and shall give to the father of the damsel, and shall give them to the father of the damsel, because he has brought forth an evil name against a virgin in Israel, and she shall be his wife. He shall never be able to put her away. But if this report be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then shall they bring out the damsel to the doors of her father's house, and they shall stone her with stones, and she shall die, because she has wrought folly among the children of Israel, to defile the house of her father by whoring. So thou shalt remove the evil one from among you. Stop right there. Anybody other than me catching the point that I said earlier about how they do this, how like they set you up? So note how the parents, if the chick is really innocent, if the woman is actually innocent, the damsel's innocent, her parents will have the tokens of her virginity somewhere. Right. You know what I'm saying? Boom. They're saying, yo, this guy's like, yo, man, she's not a virgin. Right on? She's not. Now, whether they want to say the tokens of her virginity is like her first menstruation, you know what I'm talking about? Or it would have to be something like that. I'm thinking it's something along that line, right on. And they're saying, well, we can prove here that that this is from however long ago, and this is all that we have. And he's saying that she didn't, like I don't want to sound vulgar here, but he didn't pop the chick's cherry. So he's like, what the fuck? Right on. She's not a virgin. Word. I want y'all to hear what I'm saying right now. There were things that people were told to be aware of to know that a woman's a virgin. Right on? So I'm not trying to sound vulgar or foul or none of that. That's not what I'm attempting to do. If it sounds messed up, I really do apologize. Really, I do. But the point is still the point. And it's saying that if that female did that, hey man, drag her outside and stone her ass on the spot. Okay? Because and her father deserves that because her father probably knew. That's why it says, quote, they shall bring the damsel to the doors of her father's house and shall stone her with stones, and she shall die. Stop right there. So the fact that they would stone her at the door of her father's house tells us everything. That they're assuming that this man was prostituting out his daughter. Let her go as a virgin to a man, and she's not really a virgin. She's already known men. Oh my goodness. Cut. This shit is so deep. It's so deep. It's so deep. Let's keep reading. And if there be a man found lying with a woman married to a man, ye shall kill them both, the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou remove the wicked one out of Israel. And if there be a young damsel espoused to a man, and a man should have found her in the city and have lain with her, ye shall bring them both out of the gate of the city, and they shall be stoned with stones. They shall die. The damsel, because she cried not in the city, and the man, because he humbled his neighbor's spouse. so shalt thou remove the evil one from yourselves. Now, there's a lot of people who got upset about this little young rapper down there in Georgia calling himself Trouble, who got himself into some trouble and couldn't get himself out for something very similar. Now, I don't want to get carried away and say what was right, what was wrong. What it seemed like to me is this is what happened. The rapper dude talked the chick into breaking up with old boy because he didn't have anything going on. Homeboy somehow knew what was going on, showed up on the day of, right? Catches her in bed with dude, beats her down, smokes homeboy. Now, should he kill them both? I won't say nothing. But I'm going to say this right here, though. I will never co-sign someone being in another person's domain and something bad happening to them. I can't co-sign your activity. You were already somewhere you shouldn't have been. Can you dig it? That's my good deed for the day. Back to the reading. But if a man find in the field a damsel that is betrothed, and he should force her and lie with her, ye shall slay the man with her only, and the damsel has not committed a sin worthy of death. As if a man should rise up against his neighbor and slay him, so is this thing, because he found her in the field. The betrothed damsel cried, but there was none to help her. Again, you're not supposed to just let dudes rape your women. Oh, she wanted it. Nigga, please. And if anyone should find a young virgin who has not been betrothed, and should force her and lie with her, and be found, that man who lay with her shall be given to the father of the damsel 50 didrachms, and she shall be his wife because he has humbled her. He shall never be able to put her away. A man shall not take his father's wife, and shall not uncover his father's skirt. He that is fractured or mutilated in his private parts shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord. Fractured, meaning that, there's a piece, you got a missing stone, or your shit is messed up, it ain't right. We all know what that means. One born of a harlot shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord. The Ammonite and the Moabite shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord. Even until the 10th generation, he shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord, even forever. Because they met you not with bread and water, by the way, when ye went out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. But the Lord thy God would not hearken to Balaam, and the Lord thy God changed the curses into blessings, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not speak peaceably or profitably to them all the days forever. Damn. Can y'all hear me? Forever. Like the Sandlot, okay? Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, because he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. If sons be born to them, if sons be born to them in the third generation, they shall enter into the assembly of the Lord. So if they have children with your people in the third generation, once they've mingled all the way in, they can come into the assembly. Where are we at? And if thou shouldest go forth to engage with thine enemies, then thou shalt keep thee, from every wicked thing. If there should be in a man who was not clean by reason of his issue by night, then he shall go forth out of the camp, and he shall not enter into the camp. And it shall come to pass that toward evening he shall wash his body with water, And when the sun has gone down, he shall go into the camp. And thou shalt and thou shalt have a place outside of the camp, and thou shalt go thither, and thou shalt have a trowel on thy girdle. And it shall come to pass, when thou wouldest relieve thyself abroad, that thou shalt dig with it, and shalt bring back the earth and cover thy nuisance. Listen, did you know that it called your dung a nuisance? Nobody wants to see that, man. Okay, nobody wants to see that. Have a trowel on your waist, on your hip, and be ready to dig it up. Dig back the earth and cover that up, man. Don't nobody want to see that. Because the Lord thy God walks in thy camp to deliver thee, and to give up thine enemy before thy face, and thy camp shall be holy, and there shall not appear in thee a disgraceful thing, and so he shall not turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver a servant to his master, who is coming from his master attaches him, who coming from his master attaches himself to thee. He shall dwell with thee. He shall dwell among you where he shall please. Thou shalt not afflict him. There shall not be a harlot of the daughters of Israel. There shall not be a harlot of the daughters of Israel. Mhm. And there shall not be a fornicator of the sons of Israel. There shall not be any idolatress of the daughters of Israel. And there shall not be any initiated persons of the sons of Israel. You know what initiated means? It means letting people poke them in the backside. Yeah. Idolatress, I'm assuming, is a gay girl. Fornicator of the men is obviously a whoremonger. You know, your player, right? And the harlot is, well, a thought, right? A player, a Mac, a thought, who got the spirit of fornication all inside of them. They all wrapped up into one. That's all them. Blah on the platter. Ain't gonna be no gay boys and no fornicators. Ain't gonna be no gay girls and no whores. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a harlot, nor the price of a dog into the house of the Lord God. For any vow, because even both are an abomination to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not lend to thy brother on usury of silver, or usury of meat, or usury of anything which thou mayest lend out. Thou mayest lend on usury to a stranger, but to thy brother thou shalt not lend on usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works upon the land into which thou art entering to inherit. Now, the reason why they would do that to me also is because if the stranger really wants to be with the people, you'll do all these things to them. And then once they get bred in, they'll make their children do it to other strangers. And they'll keep repeating the process. So you never give up your inheritance. Mm. Most High God is a genius. Beyond that, obviously, he's the Most High God. And if thou wilt vow a vow, whoa, 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 whoa. Thou mayest lend on usury to a stranger, but to thy brother thou shalt not lend on usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all thy works upon the land, and to which thou art entering to inherit it. And if thou wilt vow a vow to the Lord thy God, thou shalt not delay to pay it, for the Lord thy God will surely require of it of thee, and otherwise it shall be a sin in thee. But if thou shouldest be unwilling to vow, it is not sin in thee. Thou shalt observe the words that proceed from between thy lips, and as thou hast vowed a gift of the Lord God, so shalt thou do which thou hast spoken with thy mouth. Don't start no SH, won't be no IT. That's what that means. Excuse me. Bless me. You know what that means, though? All these guys are like, "Oh God, I promise in 3 years, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of sheep and I'm gonna sacrifice them all to you just for you." In 3 years, nigga, you better have a whole bunch of sheep, dog. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Excuse my language. That's what that's about. And you still owe me, and you sinned for lying. I'm giving y'all my rendition of what I see and understand there, not adding to or taking away. Just letting y'all know what I sees. Because apparently everybody doesn't have the Neo goggles where you can just see like the little zeros and the ones, and you're seeing the matrix literally, you know, uh, unravel before your very eyes. Where are we at? Verse 1, chapter 24. And if thou shouldest go into the cornfield of thy neighbor, then thou mayest gather the ears with thine hands, but thou shalt not put the sickle to thy neighbor's corn. And if thou shouldest go into the vineyard of thy neighbor, thou shalt eat grapes sufficient to satisfy thy desire, but thou may not put them into a vessel. And if anyone should take a wife and should dwell with her, ooh wee, give me 1 second. Ooh, please, some serious itching going on right there. Ooh, ooh, feels good. Needed that. 1 second. And if anyone shall go us into the vineyard of thy neighbor, thou shalt eat grapes sufficient to satisfy thy desire, but thou mayest not put them into a vessel. And if anyone should take a wife and should dwell with her, then it shall come to pass that if she has not found favor before him, because he has found something unbecoming in her, that he shall write for her a bill of divorcement, and then give it into her hands, and he shall send her away out of his house. And if she should go away and be married to another man, and the last husband should hate her, and write for her a bill of divorcement, and should give it to her hands and send her away out of his house, and the last husband should die. So there we go. And the last husband should die, who took her for himself to wife. The former husband who sent her away shall not be able to return and take her to himself for a wife after she has been defiled, because it is an abomination before the Lord thy God. Ye shall not defile the land which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit. And if anyone should have recently taken a wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall anything be laid upon him. He shall be free in his house for 1 year. He shall cheer for 1 year. He shall cheer his wife with whom he has taken. Thou shalt not take for a pledge the under millstone, nor the upper millstone, for he that does takes a life for a pledge. And if a man be caught stealing one of his brethren of the children of Israel, and having overcome him, he should sell him, that thief should die. So shalt thou remove that evil one from yourselves. Take heed to thyself in regard to the plague of leprosy, that thou take great heed to do according to all the law, which the priests the Levites shall report to you. Take heed to do as I have charged you. Remember all that the Lord thy God did to Miriam in the way, when we were going out of Egypt. If thy neighbor owe thee a debt, any debt whatsoever, thou shalt not go into his house to take his pledge. Thou shalt stand without, and the man who was in his debt shall bring his pledge out to thee. And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. Thou shalt surely restore his pledge at sunset, and he shall sleep in his garment, and he shall bless thee. And it shall be mercy to thee before the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not unjustly withhold the wages of the poor and needy of thy brethren, or of the strangers who are in thy cities. Thou shalt pay him his wages. In this thou shalt pay him his wages the same day. The sun shall not go down upon it, because he is poor, and he trusts in it. And he shall cry against thee to the Lord, and it shall be sin in thee. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, and the sons shall not be put to death for the fathers. everyone shall be put to death for his own sin. And thou shalt not wrest the judgment of the stranger and the fatherless and the widow. And thou shalt not take the widow's garment for a pledge. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondsman in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee from thence. Therefore I charge thee to do this thing. I can't stress to y'all enough. When he says y'all was bondsmen, meaning that the Egyptians were holding y'all ransom. Does anyone other than me understand that? That the children of Israel were literally being held ransom. Like we're not exaggerating when we say that. You know what I'm saying? We're not we're not just putting words out there. You know, the children of Israel were literally held ransom by the Egyptians. That's why the Most High God keeps saying, "I redeemed you." Right. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondsman in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God remembered thee from thence. Therefore I charge thee to do this thing. And when thou shalt have reaped corn in thy field, and shalt have forgotten the sheaf in thy field, thou shalt not return to take it. It shall be for the stranger, and the orphan, and the widow, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thy hands. And if thou shouldest gather thine olives, thou shalt not return to collect the remainder. It shall be for thee the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, and thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondsman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. And whensoever thou shalt gather the grapes of the vineyard, thou shalt not glean what thou hast left. It shall be for the stranger, and the orphan, and the widow. And thou shalt remember and thou shalt remember thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore, I command thee to do this thing. Chapter 25, verse 1. And if there should be a dispute between men, and they should come forward to judgment, and the judges judge, and justify the righteous, and condemn the wicked, then it shall come to pass if the unrighteous should be worthy of stripes, thou shalt lay him down before the judges, and they shall scourge him before them, and they shall scourge him before them according to his iniquity. And they shall scourge him with 40 stripes in number. They shall not inflict more. For if thou shouldest scourge him with more stripes beyond these stripes, thy brother will be disgraced before thee. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treads out the corn. 1 second. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treads out the corn. And if thy brethren should live together, and if brethren should live together, and one of them should die, and should not have seed, the wife of the deceased shall not marry out of the family to a man not related. Her husband's brother shall go unto her, and shall take her to himself for a wife, and shall dwell with her. And it shall come to pass that the child which she shall bear shall be named by the name of the deceased, and his name shall not be blotted out of Israel. Again, this is speaking on two people who have the same mother, same father. Okay, so they're genetically the same person, no matter if they're older or younger. And right, the child is genetically the same person that it would be from either brother. Right, genetically, not spiritually or not the actual, but now this person lives on through the sacrifice that the brother makes. You know what I'm saying, to get him right. So I think that that's a the action, the request is an honorable request. And it shall come to pass that the child which she shall bear shall be named by the name of the deceased, and his name shall not be blotted out of Israel. All these names, deceased, carcass, all that stuff. Where do you think they got these words from? And if a man should not be willing to take his brother's wife, then shall the woman go up to the gate of the elders, and she shall say, my husband's brother will not raise up to the name of his brother will not raise up the name of his brother in Israel. My husband's brother has refused or has not been willing. And the elders of the city shall call him and speak to him. And if he stand and say, I will not take her, then his brother's wife shall come forward before the elders, and shall loose one shoe from off his foot, and shall spit in his face, and shall answer and say, Thus shall they do, thus shall they do to the man who will not build his brother's house in Israel. And they shall call, and his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that had his shoe loosed. And if men should strive together, a man with his brother, and the wife of one should advance to rescue her husband out of the hand of him that smites him, and she should stretch forth her hand and take hold of his private parts, thou shalt cut off her hand. Thine eye shall not spare her. Thou shalt not have in thy bag divers weights, a great and a small. Thou shalt not have in thine house divers measures, a great and a small. Thou shalt have true and just weight, a true and a just measure, that thou mayest live long upon the land which the Lord thy God gives thee for an inheritance. Listen, he's saying doing stuff like that, somebody will get you up out of here, bro. Okay, somebody will do something to you. For everyone that does this is an abomination to the Lord thy God, even everyone that does injustice. Remember what things Amalek did to thee by the way, when thou wentest forth out of the land of Egypt, how he withstood thee in the way, and harassed thy rear, even those that were weary behind thee. And thou didst hunger and wast weary, and he did not fear God. And it shall come to pass, whenever the Lord thy God shall have given rest from all thine enemies round about in the land which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit, thou shalt blot out the name of Amalek from under heaven, and shalt not forget to do it. Chapter 26, verse 1. And it shall be that when thou have entered into the land which the Lord thy God gives thee to inherit, and thou shalt have inherited, thou shalt have dwelt upon it, that thou shalt take of the first fruits of the land which the Lord thy God gives thee, and thou shalt put them into a basket, and thou shalt go to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to have his name called there. And thou shalt come to the priest who shall in those days, who shall be in those days, and thou shalt say to them, I testify this day to the Lord my God, that I may come into the land, that I am come into the land which the Lord sware to our fathers to give us. And the priest shall take the basket of thine hands, shall take the basket out of thine hands, and set it before the altar of the Lord thy God. And he shall answer and say before the Lord thy God, my father abandoned Syria. What? Listen to this. My father abandoned Syria and went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a small number and became there a mighty nation and a great multitude. And the Egyptians afflicted us and humbled us and imposed hard tasks on us. And we cried to the Lord our God, and the Lord heard our voice and saw our humiliation and our labor and our affliction. And the Lord brought us up out of Egypt himself with his great strength and his mighty hand and his high arm, with great visions and with signs and with wonders. He brought us into this place. He gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first of the fruits of the land which thou givest me, O Lord, a land flowing with milk and honey. And thou shalt leave it before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt worship before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice in all good things which the Lord thy God has given thee, thou and thy family, and the Levite, and the stranger that is within thee. And when thou shalt have completed all the tidings of thy fruits in the third year, thou shalt give the second tenth to the Levite, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, and they shall eat in thy cities and be merry. And thou shalt say before the Lord thy God, I have fully collected the holy things out of my house, and I have given them to the Levite. and to the stranger, and to the orphan, and the widow, according to the commands which thou didst command me. I did not transgress, I did not transgress thy command, and I did not forget. And in my distress I did not eat of them. I have not gathered of them for an unclean purpose, for I have not given them to the dead. For I have not given them to the dead. I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God. I have done as thou hast commanded me. So we don't give the dead food. That's wickedness. Once again, all these individuals who do that kind of shit are all evil and they're going to hell. I forget what was it was it what movie? Soul Food, right off, where they cook the meal for grandma and then they bring it to her grave and stuff like that at the end or whatever, how they doing it. All that's wickedness. And I forget the name of the book. There's a book though of an old grandma who people, it's a black people too, and they would bring food to the grandma's grave every Sunday. Right on. Uh, I just need y'all to understand that's all wickedness. Your people practice that. My people practice that. That's why I be laughing. People run around here acting like Gentiles are the only ones who do that. If Gentiles were the only ones who were fucking goats and cows, there would be nothing in this book about it. If only Gentiles were fucking their mothers and their fathers and their sisters and their brothers and their aunties and their uncles and come on, and their sons and their daughters, right? It wouldn't be in this book. If Gentiles were the only ones who ate blood, it wouldn't be in this book. All of that stuff, brother. All that. All of that. And pouring out the juice for the dead, especially. Let's talk about it. Let's keep reading. We almost done. We almost on the good part. We almost at chapter 28. Don't worry. I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God. I have done as thou hast commanded me. Look down from thy holy house from heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast given them, as thou didst swear to our fathers, to give us a land flowing with milk and honey. On this day, the Lord thy God charged thee to keep all the ordinances and judgments, and ye shall observe and do them with all your heart and with all your soul. Thou hast chosen God to do God, thou hast chosen God this day to be thy God, and to walk in all his ways, and to observe his ordinances and judgments, and to hearken to his voice. And the Lord has chosen thee this day that thou shouldest be to him a peculiar people, as he said, to keep his commands, and that thou shouldest be above all nations, as he has made thee renowned, and a boast, and glorious, that thou shouldest be a holy people to the Lord thy God, as he spoken. Now, I'm not taking a stab at the dudes who are all like 6'8", 6'9", but all my LeBrons out there, right, who want to be the people. Dude, use an Assyrian. Dude, use a Philistine. Dude, use an Egyptian. Dude, use a Syrian. Dude, you are an Edomite. Dude, you are anything other than the people of Israel. Fall back. Shaq and the rest of them. Freak of natures. Those are not the children of Israel. They better hope to God that they're actually children of Seth. Just got to keep it 100,000. And Moses and the elders of Israel commanded, saying, keep all these commands, all that I command you this day, And it shall come to pass in the day when ye shall cross over Jordan into the land which the Lord thy God gives thee, that thou shalt set up for thyself great stones, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster. And thou shalt write on these stones all the words of this law, as soon as ye have crossed Jordan, when ye have entered into the land which the Lord thy God gives thee. Stop right there. Oh, this is deep. They're using plaster on giant rocks, right? Giant stones. Yeah. Great stones. And thou shalt write on these stones all the words of this law, as soon as ye have crossed Jordan, when ye have entered into the land which the Lord God of thy fathers gives thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, according as the Lord thy God of thy fathers said to thee. And it shall soon be, and it shall be as soon as ye are gone over Jordan, ye shall set up these stones, which I command thee this day, on Mount Gebal, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster, and thou shalt build there an altar to the Lord thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt not lift up iron upon it. Of whole stones shalt thou build an altar to the Lord thy God, and thou shalt offer upon it whole burnt offerings to the Lord. And thou shalt there offer a peace offering, and thou shalt eat and be filled, and rejoice before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt write upon the stones all this law very plainly. And thou shalt write upon the stones all this law very plainly. And Moses and the priest, and Moses and the priests, the Levites, spoke to all Israel, saying, Be silent and hear, O Israel, this day. Thou art become a people to the Lord thy God, and thou shalt hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt do all his commands and his ordinance, as many as I command thee. And Moses charged the people on that day, saying, These shall stand to bless the people on Mount Gerizim, having gone over Jordan: Simeon, Levi, Judas, Issachar, Joseph, Benjamin. And these stand for cursing on Mount Gebal: Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall answer and say to all Israel with a loud voice, Cursed is the man whosoever shall make a graven or molten image as an abomination to the Lord, the works of the hands of craftsmen, and shall be put in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, So be it. Cursed is the man that dishonors his father or his mother. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he that removes his that removes his neighbor's landmarks. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he who makes the blind to wander in the way. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is everyone that shall pervert the judgment of the stranger and orphan and widow. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he that lies with his father's wife, because he has uncovered his father's skirt. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he that lies with any beast. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he that lies with his sister by his father or his mother. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he that lies with his daughter-in-law. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he that lies with Cursed is he that lies with his wife's sister. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he that smites his neighbor secretly. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is he whosoever shall have taken a bribe to slay an innocent person, to slay an innocent man. And all the people shall say, So be it. Cursed is every man that continues not in all the ways of this law to do them. And all the people shall say, So be it. Verse 1 of chapter 28. Come on. And it shall come to pass If thou wilt indeed hear the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and do all these commands, which I charge thee this day, that the Lord thy God shall set thee on high above all nations on the earth, and all these blessings shall come upon thee, and shall find thee, if thou shalt indeed hear the voice of the Lord thy God. Blessed shall be thou in thy city, in the city, blessed shall be thou in the field. Blessed shall be the offspring of thy body, and the fruits of thy land, and the herds of thy oxen, and the flocks of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy barns and thy stores. Blessed shall be thy in thy coming in, and blessed shall be thy in thy going out. The Lord deliver thine enemies that withstand thee, utterly broken before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way, and they shall flee seven ways from before thee. The Lord send upon thee his blessing in thy barns, and on all on which thou shalt put thy hand, in the land which the Lord thy God gives thee. The Lord thy God raise thee up for himself a holy people, as he sware to thy fathers. And if thou wilt hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and walk in all his ways, and all the nations of the earth shall see thee, that the name of the Lord is called upon thee, and they shall stand in awe of thee, and the Lord thy God shall multiply thee. For God is the offspring, and the Lord thy God shall multiply thee for good in the offspring of thy body, and the offspring of thy cattle, and in the fruits of thy land, on thy land which the Lord swears to thy fathers to give to thee. May the Lord open to thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give rain to thy land in season. May he bless all the works of thy hands. So shalt thou lend to many nations, but thou shalt not borrow. And thou shalt rule over many nations, but they shall not rule over thee. The Lord thy God make thee the head, and not the tail. And thou shalt be above, and thou shalt not be below, if thou wilt hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God. And all things that I charge thee to and all things that I charge thee this day to observe, thou shalt not turn aside from any of the commandments which I charge thee this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods, to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe all his commandments, as many as I charge thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shall be thee in the city, cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shall cursed shall thou be in thy shall be thy barns and thy stores. Cursed shall be the offspring of thy body, and the fruits of thy land, the herds of thine oxen, the flocks of thine sheep. Cursed shall be Cursed shall be in thy coming in, and cursed shall be in thy going out. And the Lord sent upon thee want and famine and consumption on all things on which thou shalt put thy hand, until he shall have utterly destroyed thee, until he shall have consumed thee quickly because of thine evil devices, because thou hast forsaken me. The Lord cause pestilence to cleave to thee, until he shall have consumed thee from off the land into which thou goest to inherit. The Lord smite thee with distress and fever and cold and inflammation and blighting and paleness, and they shall pursue thee until they have destroyed thee. And thou sh- and and thou shalt have over thine head a sky of brass, and the earth underneath thee shall be iron. So it's going to be hot. And the Lord thy God shall make rain on thy land dust, and dust shall come from heaven until it shall have destroyed thee, and until it shall have quickly consumed thee. The Lord give thee up for slaughter before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out against them one way, and flee from their face seven ways. And thou shalt be a dispersion in all the kingdoms of earth. And your dead men shall be food to the birds of the sky and to the beasts of the field, there shall be none to scare them away. The Lord smite thee with the botch of Egypt in the seat, and with the malignant scab and itch, so that thou canst not be healed. The Lord smite thee with insanity and blindness and astonishment of the mind. And thou shalt grope at midday, as a blind man who would grope in the darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways. And then thou shalt be unjustly treated and plundered continually, and there shall be no helper. Thou shalt take a wife, and another man shall have her. Thou shalt build a house, and thou shalt not dwell in it. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes of it. Thy calf shall be slain before thee, and thou shalt not eat of it. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from thee, and thou shalt not and shall not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given to thine enemies, and thou shalt have no helper. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given to another nation, and thine eyes, wasting away, shall look for them. Thy hands, thine hands shall have no strength. A nation which thou knowest not shall eat the produce of thy land, and all thy labors, and thou shalt be injured and crushed always. And thou shalt be distracted because of the sights of thine eyes which thou shalt see. The Lord shall healed from the sole of thy feet to the crown of thy head. The Lord carry away thee and thy princes, and who whom thou shalt set over thee, to a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers know. And thou shalt serve there other gods, wood and stone. And thou shalt be for a wonder, and a parable, and a tale among all the nations to which the Lord God shall carry thee away. Are we not just that right now? Let's just keep reading though. And thou shalt carry forth much seed into the field, and thou shalt bring in little, because the locust shall devour. Thou shalt plant a vineyard and dress it, and shalt not drink the wine, neither shalt thou delight thyself with it, because the worm shall devour it. Thou shalt have olive trees and all thine borders, and thou shalt not anoint thee with oil. And thou shalt not anoint thee with oil, because thine olive oil shall have utterly cast its fruit, because thine olive shall have utterly cast its fruit. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, and they shall not be thine, for they shall depart into captivity. All thy trees and the fruits of thy land shall the blight consume. The stranger that is within thee shall get up very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. If y'all are understanding the curses, y'all will understand that the nations that you're supposed to be above are the strangers within you. If you understand that the nations, the many nations that you're supposed to lend to, are the strangers that are within you, or that were within us. I don't want to even get carried away into that right now. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. And all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and shall overtake thee, until he shall have consumed thee, and until he shall have destroyed thee, because thou didst not hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commands and his ordinances which he has commanded thee. And these things shall be signs in thee, and wonders among thy seed forever, because thou didst not serve the Lord thy God with gladness and a good heart, because of abundance of all things. So they had too much. That's why they couldn't keep it together. 8 more pages, y'all. And thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Lord thy God send forth against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things, not in need of all things, but in want of all things. And thou shalt wear upon thy neck a yoke of iron, until he shall have destroyed thee. The Lord shall bring upon thee a nation from the extremity of the earth, like the swift flying of an eagle, a nation whose voice thou shalt not understand. A nation bold in countenance, who shall not respect the person of the aged, and shall not pity the young. And it shall eat up the young of thy cattle and the fruits of thy land, so as not to leave thee corn, wine, oil, the herds of thine oxen, and the flocks of thy sheep, until it have destroyed thee, and have utterly crushed thee in thy cities, until the high and strong walls be destroyed, in which thou trustest in all thy land. And it shall afflict thee in thy cities, which he has given thee, and thou shalt eat the fruit of thy body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which all that he has given thee, and thy straitness and thy affliction, which thine enemies shall afflict thee. This sounds like when the Grecians first actually get to Israel. It's pretty bad back then. It was really bad. And it just sounds just like them when I think about it. Like that was like the book of the Maccabees is actually a part of what this is talking about, at least that period. He that is tender and very delicate within thee shall look with an evil eye upon his brother, and the wife in his bosom, and the children that are left, which may have been left to him, so as not to give one of them flesh of his children, whom so as not to give one of them, so as not to give one of them of the flesh of his children, whom he shall eat, because of having nothing left him, because having nothing left him in thy straitness and in thy affliction, which thine enemies shall afflict in all thy cities. So it's saying that a regular dude is gonna eat his own. He gonna eat the baby, the child by him. So he's not gonna share with nobody. He's just gonna go crazy. Word. He not he gonna literally eat somebody and not say nothing. He's not gonna tell the baby that he's holding. He ain't gonna tell his brother. He ain't gonna tell his wife. He ain't gonna tell nobody. Gone. Wonder why he back there burping. Anyway, let me stop. I'm being serious though. Let's keep reading. And she that is tender and delicate among you, whose foot has not essayed to go upon the earth for delicacy and tenderness, shall look with an evil eye on her husband and her bosom, and her son and her daughter, and her offspring that comes out between her feet, and the child which she shall bear, for she shall eat them because of want of all things, secretly in thy straitness and in thy affliction, with thine enemy, with which thine enemy shall afflict thee in thy cities. And if thou wilt not hearken to do all the words of this law, which have been written in this book, to fear the glorious and wonderful name, the Lord thy God, then the Lord shall magnify thy plagues and the plagues of thy seed, great and wonderful plagues, and evil and abiding diseases. And he shall bring upon thee the evil, all the evil pain of Egypt, of which thou wast afraid, and they shall cleave to thee. And the Lord shall bring upon thee every sickness and every plague that is not written, and every one that is written in the book of this law, until he shall have destroyed thee, and shall have left, and ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of the sky in multitude, because thou didst not hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God. And it shall come to pass as the Lord rejoiced over you to do good and to multiply you, so will the Lord rejoice over you to destroy you, and ye shall be quickly removed from the land into which you go to inherit. And the Lord thy God shall scatter among and the Lord thy God shall scatter thee among all nations, from one end of the earth to the other, and thou shalt serve their other gods. And thou shalt serve their other gods, wood and stone, which thou hast not known, nor thy fathers. Moreover, mm, mm, moreover, among those nations, he will not give thee quiet, neither by any means shall the sole of thy feet have rest. And the Lord shall give thee there another and misgiving heart, and failing eyes, and a wasting soul. And thy life shall be in suspense before thine eyes, and thou shalt be afraid by night, and thou shalt be afraid by day and by night, and thou shalt have no assurance of thy life. In the morning thou shalt say, would it were evening, and in the evening thou shalt say, would it were morning? For the fear of thine heart, which with which thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thine eyes, which thou shalt see. And the Lord shall bring thee back to Egypt in ships, by the way of which I said, thou shalt not see it again. By the way of which I said, thou shalt not see it again. And ye shall be sold to your enemies for bondsmen and bondswomen, and none shall buy you. Chapter 29, verse 1. These are the words of the covenant, which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called all the children of Israel and said to them, ye have seen all the things that the Lord did in the land of Egypt before you to Pharaoh and his servants and all his land, the great temptations which thine eyes have seen, the signs and those great wonders. Yet the Lord God has not given you a heart to know, and eyes to see, and ears to hear until this day. And he led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your garments did not grow old, and your sandals were not worn away from your feet. Ye did not eat bread, ye did not drink wine or strong drink, that ye might know that I am the Lord your God. And ye came as far as this place. There came forth Sihon, king of Esabon, Og, king of Bashan, to meet us in war, and we smote them and took their land. And I gave it for an inheritance to Reuben and Gad, and to half the tribe of Manasseh. And you shall take heed to do all the words of this covenant, that ye may understand all things that ye shall do. Ye all stand today before the Lord your God, the head of your tribes, and your elders, and your judges, and your officers, every man of Israel, your wives and your children, and the stranger who is in the midst of your camp, from your hewer of wood to the drawer of water, that thou shouldest enter into the covenant of the Lord thy God, and into his oaths, as many as the Lord thy God appoints thee this day, that he may appoint thee to himself for a people, and he shall be thy God, as he said to thee, and as he swore to thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I did not appoint you alone this covenant and this oath, but to those also who were with you today before the Lord your God, and to those who are not here with you today. So just because you and I weren't there doesn't mean that we're not part of that covenant. Let's keep reading. For ye know how we dwelt in the land of Egypt, how we came through the midst of the nations through whom ye came, and ye beheld their abominations and their idols, wood, wood and stone, silver and gold, which are among them, lest there be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart has turned aside from the Lord your God, having gone to serve the gods of these nations, lest there be in you a root sprouting up with gall and bitterness. And if it shall be one shall hear the words of this curse, and shall flatter himself in the heart, saying, let good happen to me, for I will walk in error of my heart, lest the sinner destroy the guiltless with him. God shall by no means be willing to pardon him. Let it be good, let good happen to me, for I will walk in the error of my heart, lest the sinner destroy the guiltless with him. Right. So that's double pronged. You can say that he's saying that they're saying that, hey, he's saying like, look, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do, right on, and hopefully they kill everybody with me. They get all these dudes with me. Or you could say that he's going to be that that what he's doing won't bother the people, but I take it as the first part that he's trying to bring everybody down with him. God shall by no means be willing to pardon him, but then the wrath of the Lord and his jealousy shall flame out against that man, and all the curses of this covenant shall attach themselves to him, which are written in this book. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord shall separate that man for evil of all the children of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in the book of this law. And another generation shall say, even your sons who rise up after you, and the stranger who shall come from a land afar off, and shall see the plagues of that land and their diseases, which the Lord has sent upon it, brimstone and burning salt. The whole land shall not be sown, neither shall anything green, neither shall anything green, neither shall any green thing spring, nor rise up upon it. As Sodom and Gomorrah were overthrown, Adamah and Seboim, which the Lord overthrew in his wrath and anger, and all the nations shall say, why has the Lord done thus to this land? What is this grace? What is this great fierceness of anger? And men shall say, because they forsook the covenant of the Lord God of their fathers, the things which he appointed to their fathers when he brought them out of the land of Egypt, and they went and served other gods, which they knew not. Neither did he assign them to neither did he neither did he assign them to them. And the Lord was exceedingly and the Lord was exceedingly angry with that land to bring upon it according to all the curses which are written in the book of this law. And the Lord removed them from their land in anger and wrath and in very great indignation, and cast them out into another land, as at present. What? Did anybody else catch that? And cast them out into another land, as at present. Hmm. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, to do all the words of this law. Verse 1 of chapter 30. And it shall come to pass, when all these things have come upon thee, that the blessing and the curse which I have set before thy face, and thou shalt call them to mind, among all nations wherein the Lord hath scattered thee, and shalt return to the Lord thy God, and shalt hearken to his voice, according to all things which I charge thee this day, with all thy heart and with all thy soul, then the Lord shall heal. Then the Lord shall heal thine iniquities, and shall pity thee, and shall again gather thee from out of the nations, from all the nations, among which the Lord hath scattered thee. If thy dispersion be from one end of the heaven to the other, thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and thence will the Lord thy God take thee. And the Lord thy God shall bring thee in from thence into the land which thy fathers have inherited, and thou shalt inherit it. He will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. And the Lord shall purge thy heart, and the heart of thy seed, to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And the Lord thy God will put these curses upon thine enemies, and upon those that hate thee, who have persecuted thee. And thou shalt return, and hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and shalt keep his commands, all that I charge thee this day. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in every work of thine hands, in the offspring of thy body, and in the offspring of thy cattle, and in the fruits of thy land, because the Lord thy God will again rejoice over thee for good, as he rejoiced over thy fathers, if thou wilt hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments, and his ordinance, and his judgments, written in the book of this law, if thou turn to the Lord thy God with all thine heart and with all thy soul. For this command which I give thee this day is not grievous, neither is it far from thee. It is not in heaven above, as it were one saying, who shall go up for us into heaven, and shall take it for us, and we will hear and do it. Neither is it beyond the sea, saying, who will go over for us to the other side of the sea, and take it for us, and make it audible to us, and we will do it. The word is very near thee, in thy mouth, and in thy heart, and in thy hands to do it. Behold, I set before thee this day life and death, good and evil. If thou wilt hearken to the commands of the Lord thy God, which I command thee this day, to love the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to keep his ordinances and his judgments, then ye shall live, and shall be many in number. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all the land into which thou goest to inherit. But if thy heart change, and thou wilt not hearken, and thou shalt go astray, and worship other gods, and serve them, I declare to you this day that ye shall utterly perish, and ye shall by no means live upon the land into which ye go over Jordan to inherit it. I call both heaven and earth to witness this day against you. I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. Choose thou life, that thou and thy seed may live, to love the Lord thy God, to hearken to his voice, and cleave to him. For this is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou shouldest dwell upon the land which the Lord sware to thy fathers, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, to give them. Verse 1 of chapter 31. I'm gonna keep reading, then I'm gonna go back and do a little recap. And Moses finished speaking all these words to all the children of Israel, and said to them, I am this day 120 years old. I shall not be able any longer to come in or go out. And the Lord said to me, Thou shalt not go over this Jordan. And the Lord thy God who goes before thee, he shall destroy the nations before thee, and thou shalt inherit them. And it shall be Joshua that goes before thy face, as the Lord has spoken. And the Lord thy God shall do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the two kings of the Amorites, who were beyond Jordan, and to their land, as he destroyed them. And the Lord has delivered them to you, and ye shall do to them as I charged you. Be courageous and strong. Fear not, neither be cowardly, neither be afraid of them. For it is the Lord your God that advances with you in the midst of you. Neither will he by any means forsake thee, nor desert thee. And Moses called Joshua and said to him, before all Israel, be courageous and strong, for thou shalt go in before this people into the land which the Lord sware to your fathers to give them, and thou shalt give it to them for an inheritance. And the Lord that goes with thee shall not forsake thee nor abandon thee. Fear not, neither be afraid. And Moses wrote the words of this law in a book and gave it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who bear the ark of the covenant, and to the elders of the sons of Israel. And Moses charged them in that day, saying, after 7 years, in the time of the year of release, in the feast of tabernacle, when all Israel come together to appear before the Lord your God in the place which the Lord shall choose, ye shall read this law before all Israel in their ears, having assembled the people, and the men, and the women, and the children, and the stranger that is in your cities, that they may hear, that they may learn to fear the Lord your God, and that they shall hearken to do all the words of this law. And their sons and their sons who have not known shall hear, and shall learn to fear the Lord thy God all the days that they live upon the land, into which ye go over Jordan to inherit. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, the days of thy death are at hand. Call Joshua, and stand ye by the doors of the tabernacle of testimony, and I will give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went to the tabernacle of testimony, and stood by the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. And the Lord descended in a cloud, and stood by the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. And the pillar of the cloud stood by the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will arise and go a whoring after the strange gods of the land into which they are entering. And they will forsake me and break my covenant, which I made with them. And I will be very angry with them in that day, and I will leave them and turn my face away from them, and they shall be devoured. And many evils and afflictions shall come upon them. And they shall say in that day, because the Lord my God is not with me, these evils have come upon me. And I will surely turn away my face from them in that day because of all their evil doings. which they have done, because they have turned aside after strange gods. And now, write the words of this song and teach it to the children of Israel, and ye shall put it in their mouth, that this song may witness for me among the children of Israel to their face. For I will bring them into the good land which I swear to their fathers to give to them, a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall eat and be filled and satisfy themselves. And they shall then will they turn aside after other gods and serve them, and they will provoke me and break my covenant. And this song shall stand up to witness against them, for they shall not forget it out of their mouth, or out of the mouth of their seed. For I know their wickedness, what they are doing here this day, before I brought them into this good land which I swear to their fathers. And Moses wrote this song in that day and taught it to the children of Israel. And he charged Joshua and said, be courageous and strong, for thou shalt bring the sons of Israel into the land which the Lord sware to them, and he shall be with thee. And when Moses finished writing all the words of this law in the book, even to the end, then he charged the Levites who bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, take the book of this law, and ye shall put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, and it shall be there among you for a testimony. For I know thy provocation and thy stiff neck. For yet during my life with you at this day, ye have been provoking in your conduct toward God. How shall ye not also be after some? How shall ye not also be so after my death? Gather together to me the heads of your tribes, and your elders, and your judges, and your officers, that I may speak and that I may speak in their ears all these words. And I call both heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death ye will utterly transgress and turn aside out of the way which I have commanded you. And evil shall come upon you in the latter days, because ye will do evil before the Lord, to provoke him to anger by the works of your hands. Verse 1 of chapter 32. And Moses spoke all the words of this song, even to the end, and all the ears of the whole assembly. This is the song. Attend, O heaven, and I will speak, and let the earth hear the words out of my mouth. Let my speech be looked for as the rain, and my words come down as dew, as shower upon the herbage, and as snow upon the grass. For I have called on the name of the Lord. Assign ye greatness to our God. As for God, his works are true, and all his ways are judgment. God is faithful, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Just and holy is the Lord. They have sinned, not pleasing him. Spotted children. Ooh, this is my favorite part. Spotted children, a froward and perverse generation. Do ye thus recompense the Lord? Is the people thus foolish and unwise? Did not he himself purchase thee and make thee and form thee? Remember the days of old. Consider the years for past ages. Ask thy father, and he shall relate to thee, thine elders, and they shall tell thee. When the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set bounds of the nations according to the number of the angels of God. And his people Jacob became the portion of the Lord. Israel was the line of his inheritance. He maintained him in the wilderness, in burning thirst, and in the dry land, and a dry land. He led him about and instructed him, and kept him as the apple of an eye, as an eagle would watch over his brood, and yearns over his young, receiving them, having spread his wings, and takes them upon his back. The Lord alone led them. There was no strange God with them. He brought them up on the strength of the land. He fed them with the fruits of the fields. They sucked honey out of the rock. They sucked honey out of the rock and oil out of the solid rock. So that's saying that all rocks are not solid. Butter of cows and milk of sheep with the fat of lambs. and rams, of calves and kids, with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And he drank wine and the blood of grapes. So Jacob ate and was filled, and the beloved one grew, and the beloved one kicked. He grew fat. He became thick and broad. Then he forsook the God that made him and departed from God his Savior. They provoked me to anger with strange gods. With their abominations, they bitterly angered me. They sacrificed to devils and not to gods whom they knew not. New and fresh gods came in, whom their fathers knew not. Thou hast forsaken God that begot thee, and hast forgotten God who feeds thee. And the Lord saw and was jealous, and was provoked to anger by his sons and his daughters, and said, I will turn away my face from them, and I will show what will happen to them in the last days. For it is a perverse generation, sons in whom is no faith. They have provoked me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have exasperated me with their idols. I will provoke them to jealousy with them that are no nation. I will anger them with a nation void of understanding. For a fire has been kindled out of my wrath. It shall burn to hell below, and it shall devour the land and all its fruit. It shall set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will gather upon them. I will gather evils upon them, and will fight with my weapons against them. They shall be consumed with hunger and the devouring of birds, and there shall be irremediable destruction. Mm. I will send forth against them the teeth of wild beasts and the rage of serpents creeping on the ground. Without the sword, without the sword shall bereave them of children, and the terror shall issue out of the secret, and terror shall issue out of the secret chambers. That means that they're gonna, you know, be pooping and pissing all over themselves. The young man shall perish with the virgin, and the suckling with him who has grown old. I said, I will scatter them, and I will cause their memorial to cease from among men. Were it not were it not for the wrath of the enemy, lest they should live long, lest their enemies should combine against them, lest they should say, Our own high arm, and not the Lord, has done all these things. It is a nation that has lost counsel, neither is there understanding in them. They had not sense to understand. Let them reverse these things. Let them reserve these things against the time to come. How should one pursue 1,000, or two rout 10,000, or two rout tens of thousands, if God has not sold them, and the Lord delivered them up? For their gods are not as our God, but our enemies are void of understanding. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, and the vine branch of Gomorrah. Their grape is the grape of gall, and their cluster is one of bitterness. The wine is the rage of serpents, and the incurable rage of asp. Lo, are not these things stored up by me and sealed among my treasures? In the day of vengeance, I will recompense In the day of vengeance, I will recompense whensoever their foot shall be tripped. For the day of their destruction is near to them, and the judgment and the judgments at hand are close upon you. For the Lord shall judge his people and shall be comforted over his servants. For he saw that they were utterly weakened and failed in the hostile invasion, and were become feeble. And the Lord said, Where are their gods on whom they trusted? The fat on whose the fat of whose sacrifices ye eat, and ye drink the wine of their drink offerings. Let them arise and help you, and be your protectors. Behold, that I am he, and there is no God beside me. I kill, and I will make to live. I will smite, and I will heal. There is none who shall deliver out of my hands. For I lift up my hand, for I will lift up my hand to heaven and swear by my right hand, and I will say, I live forever. For I will sharpen my sword like lightning, and my hand shall take hold of judgment, and I will render judgment to my enemies, and I will recompense them that hate me. I will make my weapons drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh. It shall glut itself with the blood of the wounded, and from the captivity of the heads of their enemies that rule over them. Rejoice, ye heavens, with him, and let the angels of God worship him. Rejoice, ye Gentiles, with his people, and let all the sons of God strengthen themselves in him. For he will avenge the blood of his sons, and he will render vengeance and recompense justice to his enemies, and will reward them that hate them. And the Lord shall purge the land of his people. Rejoice, ye Gentiles, with his people. Doesn't say rejoice, ye Gentiles, all by yourself. Right. So they're supposed to rejoice with us. It's again the stranger, right on, who comes from a far off land. I'm not going to get too carried away. These cats are straight out the middle of you know where, and you know that they don't have no real place of origin. Let's go ahead and keep reading. Let's get done with this. And Moses wrote this song in that day and taught it to the children of Israel. And Moses went in and spoke all the words of this law in the ears of the people. And he finished speaking to Israel and said to them, take heed with your heart to do all these words, which I testify to you this day, which ye shall command your sons to observe and to do all the words of this law. For there is no vain word to you, for it is your life. And because of this word, ye shall live long upon the land into which ye go over Jordan to inherit. And the Lord spoke to Moses in this day, saying, go up to Mount Abarim, this Mount Nabal, which is in the land of Moab, over against Jericho, and behold the land of Canaan, which I give to the sons of Israel, and die in the mount whither thou goest up, and be added to thy people, as Aaron thy brother died in Mount Or, and was added to his people. Because ye disobeyed my word among the children of Israel at the waters of strife at Kadesh, in the wilderness of sin, because ye sanctified me not among the sons of Israel, thou shalt see the land before thee, but thou shalt not enter into it. Verse 1 of chapter 33. And this is the blessing with Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death. And he said, the Lord has come from Sinai, and has appeared from Seir to us, and has hasted out of the mount of Paran with tens of thousands of Kadesh, of saints. By the word, by tens of thousands of Kadesh, it says saints. On his right hand listen, on his right hand were his angels with him. So does that say right next to him, or is that just to the right hand? On my right hand, right? That means on my right side. Does that say right next to him on his right side? No, on his right hand. Your hands naturally, if you put your hands down, they actually your palms sit in front of you. Like not all the way, but they're positioned to be in front of you. A lot of people don't know that. Anyway, you have to hold your hands to your sides for them to naturally be at your side. Let's keep reading. On his right hand were his angels, and he spared his people, and all his sanctified ones are under thy hands, and they are under thee. And he received of his words the law which Moses charged us, an inheritance to the assemblies of Jacob, an inheritance to the assemblies of Jacob. And he shall be prince with the beloved one, when the princes of the people are gathered together with the tribes of Israel. Let Reuben live and not die, and let him be many in number. And this is the blessing of Judah. Hear, Lord, the voice of Judah. Do thou visit his people. His hand shall contend for him, and thou shalt be a help from his enemies. And to Levi he said, give to Levi his manifestations, and his truth to be, and his truth to the holy man, whom they tempted in the temptation. They reviled him at the water of strife, who says to his father and his mother, I have not seen thee. And he knew not his brethren, and refused to know his sons. He kept thine oracles, and observed thine covenant. They shall declare thine ordinance to Jacob, and the law to Israel. They shall place incense in the time of thy wrath continually upon thine altar. Bless, Lord, his strength, and accept the works of his hands. Break the loins of his enemies that have risen up against him, and let them not, and let not them that hate, and let not them that hate him rise up. And to Benjamin he said, the beloved of the Lord shall dwell in confidence, and God overshadows him always. And he rested between his shoulders. And to Joseph he said, his land is of the blessing of the Lord, of the seasons of the sky and dew, and of the deep wells below, and the fruits of the changes of the sun in season, and of the produce of the months, from the top of the ancient mountains, and from the top of the everlasting hills, and of the fullness of the land in season. Let the things pleasing to him that dwelt in the bush come on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of him who was glorified above his brethren. His beauty is as the first, his beauty is as the firstling of his bull, and his horns are the horns of a unicorn, are the horns of a unicorn. With them he shall thrust the nations at once, even from one end of the earth. These are the tens of thousands of Ephraim, and these are the thousands of Manasseh. And to Zabulon he said, rejoice, Zabulon, and thy going in, and thy go, excuse me, rejoice, Zabulon, and thy going out, and Issachar and his tents. They shall utterly destroy the nations, and ye shall call men there, and they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness. For the wealth of the sea shall suckle them, and so shall the march of them that dwell by the seacoast. And Gad, he said, blessed is he that enlarges Gad. As a lion he rested, having broken the arm and the ruler, and saw his first fruits, that there the land of the princes gathered with the chiefs of the people was divided. The Lord wrought righteousness and his judgment with Israel. And to Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp, and he shall leap out of Basan. And to Naphtali he said, Naphtali has the fullness of good things. Let him be filled with the blessing of the Lord. Shall he inherit the west and the south? And to Asher he said, Asher is blessed with children, and he shall be acceptable to his brethren, and shall dip his foot in oil. His sandals shall be iron and brass. As the days, so shall be his strength. There is not as many, there is not any such as the God of the beloved. He who rides upon the heaven is thy helper, and the magnificent one of the firmament. The rule of God shall protect thee. The rule of God shall protect thee, and that under the strength, and that under the strength of the everlasting arms. He shall cast forth the enemies from before thy face, saying, perish. And Israel shall dwell in confidence alone on the land of Jacob, with corn and wine, and the sky shall be misty with dew upon thee. Blessed art thou, O Israel. Who is like thee, O people saved by the Lord? Thy helper shall hold his shield over thee, and his sword is thy boast. And thine enemies shall speak falsely to thee, and thou shalt tread over their neck, and thou shalt tread upon their neck. And Moses went upon, and Moses went up from, and Moses went up from Araboth Moab to the mountain Ebal, to the top of Phasgah, which is before Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the mount of Galaad to Dan, and all the land of Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim, and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah, and the farthest sea, and the wilderness, and the country round about Jericho, and the city of palm trees to Segor. And the Lord said to Moses, this is the land which I swear to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, saying, to your seed I will give it, and I have shown it to thine eyes, but thou shalt not go hither, but thou shalt not go in thither. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died in the mountain in the land of Moab by the word of the Lord, and they buried him in Gai, near the house of Phagor. No one has seen his sepulchre to this day. And Moses was 120 years old at his death. His eyes were not dimmed, nor were his natural powers destroyed. And the children of Israel wept for Moses in Arabah of Moab at Jordan near Jericho 30 days. And the days of the sad mourning for Moses were completed. And Joshua, the son of Nun, was filled with the spirit of knowledge, for Moses had laid hands upon him. And the children of Israel hearkened to him, as they did as the Lord commanded Moses. And there rose up no more a prophet in all Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, and all signs and wonders which the Lord sent him to work in Egypt on Pharaoh and his servants and all his land, and the great wonders and mighty hand which Moses displayed before all Israel. We'll take a shot of scotch. That's 5 hours of sitting here doing my best to relate to the people that as long as you follow the laws of Moses, you'll be all right. I had some joker today try to get under my skin. As opposed to praying death on him, I just really pray that the Most High God fix his mind. The Christ is real. All the different prophets, King David can't be tripping. Right on? Everybody's not tripping. And I, as one man, don't know everything, but I accept what is there already. Whether I believe what is there is one thing, but I accept it. And for me to have to explain or to espouse to a grown man that he can think for himself. There's people that come around here who wholeheartedly believe in the book of Jasher, wholeheartedly believe in things like Josephus, wholeheartedly. I can't think for them. I can only think for myself. But because of that, I have to honor how they think. I have to at least honor it. Okay, this is what you believe. As long as we all agree that the only one we're supposed to be worshiping is the Most High God, if I believe in the Messiah, that doesn't change anything. That changes nothing. If I don't give the Messiah the power that someone else gives him, or gives him the he's God in the flesh, I don't say that kind of shit. You see what I'm saying? What I believe is what I believe. What you believe is what you believe. If what you believe keeps you from committing sins every day and from being the worst version of yourself that you know that you can be, then let that be the case. But if you've changed no thing, if you still go to Starbucks every day, if you're still getting getting dates on Hinge or Tinder or something like that, right? If you're still involved and inundated in the earth, in the world, and haven't separated yourself from it, so much so that the things that other people do actually make you angry, right on? Don't try to tell me what to think. Because don't nobody pay no rent, no bills up in here. And didn't nobody tell me none of the greatest things that I've ever actually thought about. Nobody's ever actually told me those things. Nobody. Like the greatest things that I've brought to y'all, I swear to God, from the heavens itself, I got those things. So it's like, I don't need some bum coming around who I could have easily blocked, not entertained any other conversation, made them create another profile. See, and what they did was they made me angry because they sounded just like somebody who I thought had learned their lesson. Apparently, they haven't. Point being this: do you think that the angel of the Lord, that the angel who the Lord sent forth, who was that angel? The angel, not an angel. Who was the angel? Who is that? Because in the book of Enoch, none of the seven white ones, none of the seven angels are dictated as being the angel of the Lord. No, not one of them. The only one that you even get that feeling about is the individual described as the Son of Man. And I got folks who will try to tell me that because they read what some white dude put on the internet, that I'm supposed to believe them over everything that I've researched in my life. There's a reason why we're not face to face, though. I get it. People be on this internet stuff and they feel bravery that they would not normally feel. Right on. They don't like. They've never. Most dudes who are under 6 foot, under 180 pounds, have never flatlined somebody with a punch. No problem. Have never punched somebody and person hit you with that Alberto Duran. No mas. I don't want no more of that. So they don't know. Like I would literally just get violent about this stuff. That's it. We're done talking. We'll see whose side God is on. That's how I operate. Right. Right. I don't go out looking for trouble. But if he will deliver you up to me face to face in the flesh, don't worry. And for those of you who don't feel the same way, you need to start feeling the same way. You'll kill for your children, but you won't kill for the Most High God, who you say blessed you with those children. Something wrong with you niggas, man. Same motherfuckers who say that the Lord God gives and the Lord God takes away won't bust a grape in a fruit fight for him. And I'm supposed to be, you see what I'm saying? Right. I was supposed to have taken some dude who's calling himself part-time vegan more serious than my people. Not even your real name or a name that is even honorable. Let me just do y'all a quick solid. What was the strict diet of Adam and Eve? Can anybody tell me what they ate? Y'all don't have to tell me. Right on, whenever people get around to watching this. What was their strict diet? If y'all figure what I figure, that means that the first sinners in the flesh were vegans. What? Might as well be calling itself part-time sinner. Right. But did I go all in on a guy like that? Did I try to, no. I didn't do none of that. Right on. I didn't hammer fist, you know what I'm talking about? And try to knock his teeth in and try to smash his face all in that. No, I didn't do that to him. Even though he came with all these weirdo, oh, well, this translation says this. How do you know that though? Then he tried to tell me that people are still speaking Hebrew. Then he tried to use the scripture to back him up, Zephaniah, right? He tried to use this part. Let me just go ahead and pull it up for y'all real quick. Down, copy, paste. He tried to pull the Zephaniah 3 and 9 on me, right? For then I will turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. Okay, here's the thing about that. And this nigga is so retarded, right? The dude is like, bro, I'm going to do a video of our actual conversation. So unless this dumbass nigga goes back and deletes all that shit, cuz I'm about to put this dude on blast. Look, dude, dude is going through pulling up all the scripture. Not to mention, y'all, there's a bunch of things that I just did not and have not said, and I'm not gonna say that will dynamite his whole argument. Cuz it's trying to tell me that there's no Messiah. There's just doesn't exist. Okay. He couldn't even, but he couldn't tell me what actually happened. So I said, okay, so since you know everything, tell me what happened during that time period. Then he came with this whack ass thing talking about how a whole 1,000 years of time have pretty much been deleted. But that wasn't the answer to the fucking question. That's not what the fuck I asked you, you bitch ass nigga. You came here spewing spewing some straight fucking bullshit to me. And now when I ask you a straight up question, you don't have no straight up fucking answers. But you got some straight up bullshit you got to say. Once again, had we been face to face, I'd have tried to kill that nigga. Swear to God. Swear to God, would have tried to kill him. And it's not because I disagree. It's because you have no answers. It's because you have no answers, and you dare question my judgment. Nigga, I'll beat you half to death out here. And once again, we'll see whose side God is on. These niggas talking, I'll shoot that nigga. Pull away. You're gonna have to do something. You're gonna have to do something. Cause the average Joe, I don't give a fuck how much he's weighing. I don't give a fuck how big and tall the average Joe is supposed to be. When I get to put these on them right here, we'll see how they act, how they feel about it. And I know, and I've been through this too many times. I know it. So they can tell me, oh, I weigh 260, I weigh 300. Your chin don't lift weights. You didn't go to the school of the iron chin. Don't try to play me. You feel me? If I hit that shit just a little bit, it's over. If a 10-year-old boy who's strong punches a grown man in his face on his button as hard as he can, that little 10-year-old boy fuck around and knock him out. That's on everything I love. Let him be 12, and he for sure might be able to flatline you. So if that's the case, if a little 10-year-old, 12-year-old fuck around and knock you out, nigga, I'm 31. So that means, guess what? The chances of me actually doing it, and that goes for all my brothers. All y'all are grown-ass men, bro. You're grown. Don't ever let them underestimate you, and don't you underestimate yourself. Don't overestimate yourself. Do I think I'm choking out a dude who's 7 foot, 500 pounds? Probably not. But am I just going to let that dude kill me? Fuck no. And you better not either. I'm not afraid of nobody, no one, not anything. The only thing I fear is the Most High God and his judgment. That's it. I fear nothing else. I'm not afraid of I'm not afraid of the Messiah. You're not supposed to be afraid of the Christ. Word? You're not supposed to be afraid of the angels. They all answer to the Most High. You know, this bitch ass nigga had the nerve to say that the book of Enoch, that the second parable is all made up, and that some other dudes put the shit in there. No work source. Couldn't cite a source is just gonna tell me this shit. Right? You follow what I'm saying? Work cited, bitch. And don't give me no Wikipedias. Work cite your fucking shit. Nigga, I have literally hundreds of works that are littered with information. Nothing but .orgs, .nets, a few .coms. You go and check my shit on motherfucking, you check my resume. Check it out. Go and check the stuff that I do. Unless it's from MSN or like an actual basic news agency that's a proctor or a medium for multiple other agencies. Yo, it's .net, it's .org all the way. Anybody who knows me knows that's how I get down. Anybody that's dealt with me for any period of time knows that's how I move. And this motherfucker coming to me ain't got not one work source, not one work cited, not nothing, no reference I can go to. You know what I'm saying? Nothing I can go and look at. What's up, Wavy Ears? What's up, bro? What's popping, fam? There we go. Bam. Wrenched up. But yeah, fam, that shit pissed me off because at some point, the man at least answer one of my questions straight up. Answer it. I'm not demanding that you have complete 100% answers for everything. What I demand though is prove to me that the Messiah is not real. The angels are real, but the Messiah is not. So people can worship the sun and the moon and the angels in heaven, but there can be no such thing as a Messiah. Even though we just got done reading that people would worship the actual host of heaven from the mouth of Moses. So if you don't believe Moses, who do you believe, dude? So what? You believe the scholars on the internet? Because they told you that the people who spoke a language that I've never heard of so-called wrote this into the book of Enoch? How? How? I need y'all to understand. There's dudes who push back on the Messiah who are regular Christians. Regular Catholics push back on the Messiah. And when I say push back, I'm talking about push back on his teachings with the teachings of Paul. And you want me to believe that an individual who is he's the only border, the only wedge between good and evil in the New Testament, as far as being before the words of Paul, he's the only one that tells us, right on, beware of the leaven, right, of the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Right. It just so happened that Paul was a Pharisee. So mind you, if the same Christian scholars who they think made up and make believe the whole New Testament, why go out your way to where in which you're supposed to be protagonist is made to look like an antagonist by the Son of God? Make that make sense. See, these dudes don't know anything. They know what they read on a website. They know what somebody else told them. I've spent years of my life dedicated to the scripture. When I'm wrong, I tell y'all, oh, I think I messed that up. I think I got that wrong. Like the whole eating of the reptiles thing, when I was like, okay, I discerned that the wrong way, or I took that and I blew it way out of context. However you want to put that, I was wrong. Mind the fact, once I realized I was wrong, the first thing I did was correct myself with the people. The very first thing. I can't think of the exact, if it was a spiritual gumbo or if it was just a regular expound, but I correct myself for several videos straight about that subject, hoping that people would hear it or see it and understand, like, okay, he's not above correction. I can be wrong. I can be absolutely very wrong. The difference with me is that I need you to show me that I'm wrong, because I'm always so right about it. Can anybody understand that? Does anybody get what I'm saying? I might not be batting 1,000, but shit, I'm up there. My batting average is so high. I can't believe I got struck out. That's a ball, homie. Show me that on the little thing. Show me that the ball went over the plate, because I don't believe it. My eyes are really good. Okay, that's a strike. It's barely a strike, but it's a strike. You got me. And that's strike 3. Okay, so I'm struck the fuck out. Bam. That's all good. I can live with that. What I can't live with is somebody trying to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. Furthermore, sounding as if they sound like somebody who, if you've been in retirement for all these years, don't come and try to tell me something that you think you learned because you were always wrong. Right. Right. I don't sit here and shit on my nigga Scribe all day, even though if I really wanted to, I could. And I could talk about how a lot of the people who are not him, who come to my channel talking like him, got their talking points from him. No, I don't do that. But I do say in my mind, man, Scribe fucked up a lot of these niggas' understanding. He really did. And he to to help those people out, he should recreate another channel and fix that shit. Cause he fucked up all their understanding. He did. He took shit from me that he did not have full, complete understanding of what I was trying to say and ran with it. And now I'm dealing with individuals who are saying things that he would say that are not him. And I'm like, bro, you got people trying to use your talking points, but Scribe believed in the Messiah. See, this is the problem, right? He doesn't realize you nurtured individuals who didn't even believe in the Messiah, who just took the best points of what you had and ripped it away, and now they're using it for things other than. What do you lose by believing in the Messiah? I need somebody to tell me this. What do you lose believing in the Messiah? I didn't say worshiping him. I didn't say putting him before the Most High God. What do you lose by believing that the Messiah is real? Tell me what. Tell me how you lose your salvation. Explain that to me. Because if that's the case, believing that Michael, the archangel, or Gabriel, or Uriel, right, or Tamiel, right, or Raphael, can you dig it? You're trying to tell me that all of them are fake, or Gabriel, so they're all fake, right? They're all make believe. And if I repeated Gabriel, my mistake. But I mean, y'all get what I'm saying, right? They're all fake then, right? I mean, according to that understanding, I could say that all those angels are fake, right? And I shouldn't even acknowledge them, right? I mean, am I making sense to anybody other than myself? These individuals want us so immersed in questioning bullshit. You know how many times I made it clear to this guy? I said, if just follow the laws of Moses, follow the laws of Moses. I've never told anybody to do anything other than to follow the laws of. At least 2 or 3 times I tell this guy that, and that's a lot of times to say that. Because if I say it once, why should I have to say it again? I've never told anybody anything other than to do that. So the fact that this guy can even come to my channel and say, "Oh, he quote unquote," let me read what this bitch nigga said to me, so that way y'all understand why I'm upset. Quote unquote, the very first thing that I got from this individual. Brother, let me let me tell you something, brother. The fact you feel obligated to sit here and read for 5.5 hours tells me you are different. I'm listening to I listen to you while I'm driving. I wish you didn't buy into the Messiah doctrine. Maybe in time you'll see there is no one else but the Most High. Trust it. When the fuck have I ever told y'all to turn to the Messiah? When? All I've ever said is that there might be instances where the authoritative figure speaking may not be the Most High because they're speaking as if they're not the Most High. Holy fucking shit! But I'm tripping. Once again, had that nigga been next to me driving, I'd have slapped his ass. He'd have crashed that car with both of us in it. I'd have smacked the fuck out of him. Think I'm playing? I'm listen, look. I just read an entire book. I feel obligated. I got a question. I'm not a prophet, but if I was, this is my question. Do you think Moses felt obligated, or do you think he felt it was his duty, or both? It's my duty to honor my obligation, or I'm obligated to honoring my duty. Which one is it? You can say it's both, but you follow what I'm saying? I do what I do out of honor, you bitch ass nigga. Don't you ever come to my channel again, you fuck boy. When you do, you're blocked. Talking about a doctrine. A doctrine. Angels are not a doctrine. They're either real or they're not, nigga. The Most High God is not a doctrine. He's either real or he's not. Why do you think I don't fucking care what Paul or nobody in the New Testament is talking about, really, bro? Because I'm not worried about doctrine. I created death of a doctrine so I could kill doctrines. And did not the Messiah say? And this guy's talking about doctrine, but yet you're using a term that he used. When did Moses use the term doctrine? Tell me when, y'all. That's a New Testament term to me. The fact that this nigga is using a New Testimony term to tell me about somebody I shouldn't believe in tells me how sick the nigga is. Y'all just don't know. I delve off into this shit and I'm all by myself on a little ass island. Word? There's people who get close to, they get close on their cruiser boats or they're on their own little island separated, and we trying to figure out a way to get these islands linked up. But I'm gonna tell you this though. The island that I'm on right now, I tell myself no deceptions. I tell myself no lies. Did this bitch ass nigga named Fuckboy Vegan, half-ass vegan, part-time bitch nigga, did he read anything to anybody today? No, he did not. No, the fuck he didn't. He ain't did shit for me or for you. And he don't give a fuck if we understand or hear the word of the Most High God. Because if he did, his channel or what he would have a channel, he would have produced the information already. So I could hear his understanding of the scripture. There is nobody else like your boy. I'm all by myself. I'm a solo dolo act. See, it's cool to be able to worship the Most High God in secrecy. But if you have to do what I have to do, it's like, oh, shit. I don't know if I can do that shit. Yeah, I'll roll it. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll pour another one up. We ain't done just yet. A little part one. I ain't gonna pour up too much. I've been drinking good enough over the last few days. Salute. I'm tired. All my brothers and all my sisters are tired. You know, we get tired of this. It's an agonizing process. Now I would hope, brother, that you realize what I was saying 2 or 3 years ago, almost 4 years. It's been a while, really, really. Word. I hope you realize now what I was saying. It's like we can see this shit differently. Word. And it's okay. That's all right. Want to know why? Because I know at the end of the day that you mean to worship the Most High God. For this individual to come to me and say to me anything other than that, when all I speak on is loving the Most High God, when all I speak on is His greatness, I literally wake up, go to sleep all throughout my day. That's all I spend my time on is thinking about the Most High God. That's it. I lost my son. I lost his mother. They're not dead, but they're just not in my life. And when that happened, that just forced me to have to really reevaluate my life. And I accept the situation and my position in life. I honor it. I don't try to get above my station. I don't want to get above my station. I like where I'm at. If things could be better, that would be nice. If things get worse, I understand. I'll just do my best to not lose my mind, to become something that people get to talk about because I either die in the situation or I'm totally locked away somewhere or I'm on the run. So in either situation, I can't speak for myself truly, truly, and I speak for myself now. I don't think my son will ever find one of these videos. It's highly doubtful, and then it's even more doubtful that he'll watch all of it. But I appreciate y'all because I know that y'all want to make it to the promised land. Everybody watching, everybody who's going to watch this, whether they know it or not, they want to be with the Most High God. They want to be around Him. They want to be in His presence. They want to know what real power feels like. We all want to know more than the Gentiles do. We want to know what that power felt like that our ancestors got to be around. That it was so great, it was so terrifying, it was so magnificent that they told a man who just. Do y'all realize Moses was fearless? You know why he was fearless? You know why Moses was fearless? Moses was fearless because just like I'm just like Moses. He's not just like me because he lived before me. I'm just like Moses. If this is the creator, if this is the most high God, he will do no thing unjust. He will do no thing unjust, and he will do no thing unrighteous. No thing. That's a fact. And he will honor all that he says that he will do. Right. See, Moses lived in the flesh like I do. Do I want my brother or my sister to pass away? No, I don't. But could I ask the Most High God to change their hearts? Yes, I can. But at some point, changing their heart will no longer be feasible or applicable. He will have to administer punishment or reward, as with myself, as with all of us. Right. We don't get out of this unscathed and unpunished. And for some punk ass bum once again to come around and tell me what doctrine or whatever I need to let go, or don't fucking insult me, dog. How about you go listen to TD Jakes, or go listen to one of these motherfucking Israelite camps that don't believe in the Christ? Or how about this? How about because you have your mind made up, you just don't bother with people like me because you don't think I know as much as you do? Wow. Wow. I know. Groundbreaking effort. It's that kind of shit right there, that is it really pisses me off because I love what I do. I I don't mind sitting there for all these hours. I don't mind sitting there talking to y'all now, but in a few minutes I got to go. Right. But for 5 hours, for whatever, however long, however much of a day you want to say that is, a quarter of a day almost, I've sat here because the word, the scripture, the Most High God means that much to me. There's nothing to do with the ego or nothing to do with the nothing. I love this. I enjoy this. This is the best thing for me. I don't care about what somebody else is doing. Because guess what? I can't stop them from doing it. Right. I cannot make you do anything different than what you are already doing. That's the truth. I cannot. However, you think already, you're geared to that way of thinking. Until you see that there's a fallacy in it, or until you ultimately grow out of that way of thinking, right? Because it's just not beneficial enough for you. It doesn't have to be that that it's in fallacy. You could just be like, at this point in my life, at this age, I'm not able to employ that tactic. I'm not that young or I'm not that old. However it goes. Question again before we leave out. I take my final little part shot. Did any of you beautiful, lovely people hear anything about a guy named Jasher? No? Are you sure? Because I was waiting for something for this dude, Jasher. Okay, so we heard nothing about Jasher, right? My question for you is this then, brother, because I have one right here. Don't worry, I have one that I purchased for a brother. I didn't purchase for him. I purchased for myself, but I purchased it so that way he would know that I have it and that I've actually laid eyes on it. Did y'all know that the book of Jasher? Listen to this. Listen to this. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." And God created man in his own image. And God formed man from the ground. And he blew into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul, endowed with speech. And the Lord said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make I will make unto him a helpmeet." What? What? That is not what's written in the book of the Genesis. That is not what's written in the book of the Genesis. Anybody other than me wondering why they skipped around all those things? I could keep reading. There's more fuckery. Let's just keep reading the fuckery. Oh man, I'm cold blooded. And the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and took away one of his ribs, and built flesh upon it, and formed it, and brought it to Adam. And Adam awoke from his sleep, and behold, a woman was standing before him. And he said, "This is bones of my bones, and it shall be called woman, for it has been taken from man." And Adam called her name Eve, for she was the mother of all living. Does this not sound like the book of Jasher literally took and cliff noted certain parts out of the first part of the Bible? These niggas are literally mentally retarded. Dudes who read that shit and believe that shit are literally mentally ill. And I don't give a fuck. I tell them that to their face. Right. I'm a regular sized nig. I ain't no freak of nature who's like 6'7", 6'8", talking about I'm the people too. No, you're not, player. Right on. King Shaul at most was 6'8", 6'7". At most. That's King Shaul. That's a dude that was mixed with the actual bloodline of people that had been mixed with giants. A lot of these dudes are just mixed with the bloodline of anything other than a person and more than likely a giant. Right. It's like, oh, I'm 6'8". I gotta be the people because I got a full beard. Nah, bro. You probably actually one of them other things and just don't want to hear it. Right. Because there's more regular sized brothers who are under 6 foot. That's regular sized. Right on. Anybody who is taller than 5'7" and under 6 foot is a regular size is a regular size individual. Anybody larger and over a certain height in the 6 feet region, nominally 6'3", 6'4". If you're shorter than 5'5", you niggas are abnormal. You see what I'm saying? So that's how we weld it. That's how I look at the scales. The average length of a so-called human head or a person's head is anywhere from 8 to 10 inches. So if you were to say that the average height of an Israelite is 5'11", right? We go 6 foot, and then we go 6'7", right? If you want to say that it's a couple is 6'8" ish, almost 6'9", right? Stop it. That's if that's what you're saying, the average height. If I'm saying that the average height is between 5'8" and 5'11", right? That means that boom, we add 4 inches to 5'8", that's 6 foot. Another 4 inches, that's 6'4". Right. If you wanted to add 2 inches, you could say he's 6'6". You see what I'm saying? Like you could claim a lot of things, but I'm gonna say he's between the height of six. Shaul is between the height of 6'4" and 6'7". Word. I needed to see that. Damn it. I needed to see that, bro. I was trying to read that. It's all right. Anyway, anyway, the average height of these people is, so if you have a certain height of a certain people, and you're saying that these guys are from this tall to this tall, we're saying that Saul at tallest is 6'8". At very tallest, we'll say is 6'8". At Shaul's shortest, we'll say he's 6'3". Do y'all see how different that sounds? Word? You know what I'm saying? Do y'all see how different that sounds? 6'3" compared to 6'8" is a huge fucking difference. All right. It's like LeBron to D Wade. D Wade is around 6'4". LeBron's around 6'8", almost 6'9". You see what I'm saying? Like, so you have an individual between those two heights and sizes, somebody between that height and size, similar looking to them also probably. I if you wanted to say Saul was tall and light skinned, sure, whatever. But we're gonna assume that because everybody thinks that the originals were dark skinned, even though I don't believe that. There's no actual dictated proof to that. There's more dictated proof that the people were lighter skinned than they were darker. Because I've seen a lot of dark skinned people produce babies that are lighter than them. I've seen dark skinned people produce obviously darker skinned babies, but I've seen a lot of dark skinned people produce babies that are my color and sometimes lighter. And the babies look just like both these parents. These are their children. Word. These are their babies. I need everybody to start getting that this is all about genetics and genealogy. This guy, whoever the part-time vegan is, doesn't understand genealogy. Probably doesn't even know who Gregor Mendel is. Like, when I'm dealing with people like that, it's difficult because they don't know anything. So how the fuck are we gonna even have a conversation and you don't know nothing? You know what I'm saying? Like, that that draws everything back to concern, because it's easy for them to say things like, "Oh, I can just cause I can copy paste all day a bunch of different verses, word, and find verses that I think support the claim that I'm making." But the question that I have is this though, is that how can you say there's no such thing as the Christ when Isaiah himself speaks on the Christ? And you're using Isaiah as the proof that, you know what I'm saying, right? You feel me? Like, that doesn't even make sense. How can you how can you speak on Ezekiel and all these prophets speak on the Christ in one way, shape, or form or the other? And yet, this guy, he can't discern for himself. I know it's not his fault, y'all, but still, damn it. So look, we end on this note. Adam was created long after the earth was made. At least a week. Right? At least the whole 7 days the earth has on Adam. And at least the whole 2 days the first creation of man has on Adam. Yes. Book of Jasher doesn't discern that there's two different creation stories. There's a lot of things to be concerned about with something like the Book of Jasher, other than the fact that it's a complete load of shit. I'm going in, y'all. I can't help it. I hope that y'all will appreciate these lessons one of these days. These you call it diatribes. Everyone, I salute you. It's late everywhere. I fill up this little shot glass. Any book that starts off with the creation of Adam, as I take this shot, brother, and this thing about this, any book that doesn't start off with the Most High God, right on, we have to be scared. It's already forgiven, brother. It's already forgiven. If he can't forgive you, how can the Most High God forgive him? He knows that. We all know that. Salute, gentlemen. I love all my brothers. I love all my sisters. I salute the Most High God. May he pull this up in the archives of all the bad things that I've done. Maybe all the good things. May tomorrow be better than today, and may your next week be better than your last.